Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 24th of August 2021, which I now declare open. Although members of the public can't join us in person tonight, our meetings remain open to the public via the live stream on our website, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you who are watching online this evening. Tonight's council meeting is being streamed via Zoom in light of the current COVID-19 restrictions. Again, we remind you to please ensure you're regularly checking the Department of Health and Human Services website for further information, updates on COVID restrictions and new exposure sites. On behalf of Moonee Valley City Council, I want to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which Moonee Valley is located, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and we pay respects to their spirits, ancestors, elders and community members past, present and emerging. We also extend this respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Councillors, item 3 on the agenda is apologies and leave of absence. I've not received either for tonight. I'll just make a note that Councillor Isa will be joining us shortly. And hopefully he's not too far away. Item 4 is the confirmation of minutes. So councillors, I need a mover and seconder for the minutes from the council meeting held on Tuesday, the 10th of August, 2021 be confirmed. Moved Councillor Tyson, seconded Councillor Sypek. All those in favour? And that is carried. Item 5 is declarations of conflicts of interest. So I'll ask if any councillor has a conflict of interest in any item on the agenda this evening. Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a general conflict, a general interest conflict with item 10.3 on the agenda for reasons previously disclosed to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any other conflicts of interest for tonight's meeting? I will note that I do have a general conflict of interest in item 10.1 and 11.1, both for reasons previously disclosed to the CEO in writing before the commencement of the meeting. For items 10.1 and 11.1, my Deputy Councillor Hodgson will step into the chair. Item 6 is presentations, and councillors, before I ask, Councillor Isa has joined us. Councillor Isa, I'll just ask any conflicts of interest for you.
No, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Isa. Before I ask for if there's any presentations, I did want to just once again reiterate my thanks to the amazing team of council staff that have continued to step up to the challenge during this pandemic and respond to council's needs. So last meeting, I had spoken about the work that our council staff were doing down on the Flemington estate, responding to what was a number of positive cases down in Flemington, and obviously a large number of individuals that had to subsequently isolate. So over the past fortnight, our staff responded, led the engagement, and some of the figures that council staff have provided for me. Over 537 culturally appropriate meals were supplied to residents in the Flemington high-rise towers, 100 community chef meals. We sourced 100 Vietnamese meals for members of the community. There were 790 food relief packs that went out. We facilitated 37 individual shopping requests, over 350 activity packs and over 500 care packs. It was a really significant effort by our council staff who worked throughout the day and right into the night, and even assisted nearby City of Melbourne with their response as well. I was also very humbled to receive a message from the Minister for Local Government, Sean Lean, as well, recognising the effort of our CEO, Helen Swee, and her team. And it was a nice little recognition of the amazing work our council staff have done, not just in lockdown 6, but obviously since the very onset of the pandemic. I also in presentations just wanted to note that there were a number of distinguished members of the Moonee Valley community and former members of the Moonee Valley community that took part in the recent Tokyo Olympics. A considerable number. It wasn't just one or two. I won't necessarily name them all, although I did want to make a special mention to one of the synchro or artistic swimmers, Emily Rogers, an ex-pupil of mine who went to her second Olympics. But there were a number of athletics Essendon members, water polo team members, taekwondo team members. It was excellent to see so many members of our Moonee Valley community excelling on an international level. Councillors, do we have any other presentations this evening? No, I'm still on the thunder. Excellent. We'll move to item 7, petitions and joint letters. And I understand we have 2 petitions to be presented this evening. One of the petitions received does not comply with Governance Rules 5832, 5833 and 5834. But in the spirit of democracy, and as we have previously done, I do propose that we move to suspend the provisions in our governance rules regarding the requirement of signatures, addresses or email addresses. That will enable me to allow the non-conforming petition to be presented. So, councillors, could I please have a mover that council resolves to temporarily suspend the petition and joint letter provisions in its governance rules to allow for petitions to be received without the email address of every petitioner. Moved Councillor Sypeck, seconded Councillor Tyson. All those in favour? That's carried. So our first petition to be presented this evening is titled Prioritisation of Skate Park at Boeing Reserve, Strathmore. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. A change.org petition has been received with 398 signatures requesting council to A, prioritise the building of a skate park at Boeing Reserve, Strathmore Heights in the immediate short term, and B, further prioritise other upgrades identified in the Boeing Reserve Master Plan, including but not limited to a mixed-use basketball, netball and tennis court and upgrades to the pavilion and facilities on site. I'd like to move that council resolves to A, receive and note the online and hard copy petition regarding prioritisation of a skate park at Boeing Reserve, Strathmore Heights. B, refer this matter to the Director of Strategy and Planning for investigation and inform councillors of the outcome. And C, advise the lead contact of the petition accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Do I have a seconder for that petition? Councillor Sharp. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. The second petition to be presented this evening is titled Reinstatement of Bluestones in Madura Street, Travancore. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Isa.
Mayor, a petition's been received with 27 signatures requesting council reinstate Bluestone in Madura Street, Travancore, which has been removed as part of recent works undertaken by council officers. So I'd like to move that council resolves to A, receive and note the hard copy petition regarding the reinstatement of Bluestone in Madura Street, Travancore. B, refer this matter to the Director of Service Delivery for investigation and inform councillors of the outcome. And C, advise the petition organiser accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Isa. I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Hodgson. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Item 8 is public question time, and we've received 2 questions from members of the community for tonight's meeting. Now, as we don't have residents in the public gallery tonight, I propose that we move to suspend the provisions in our governance rules requiring questioners to be present in the gallery. That will enable me to read the questions that have been submitted in advance and for the CEO to read the responses. Councillors, I'll ask for a mover that council resolves to temporarily suspend the public question provisions in its governance rules to allow questions from the gallery to be read by the Mayor and responses read out by the CEO for this meeting. Moved, Councillor Hodgson. Seconded, Councillor Byrne. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So the first question this evening comes from Nina Eason. Nina's question is as follows. Could Council please consider banning all dogs in and around Strathnavor Reserve, Strathmore? This request is based on my son being jumped on and chased by an off-leash dog that has been left traumatised by this avoidable incident. With COVID lockdowns limiting community sports, local sporting grounds are unsafe with irresponsible dog owners who not only let dogs off leashes, but fail to pick up dog droppings that is scattered around the ground. I'll pass to our CEO, Helen Swee, to respond.
Thank you, Nina. Through the Mayor, the Strathnavor Reserve, like many other reserves across Moonee Valley Municipality, is available for dog owners to walk the dogs on a leash and under full control. Council's Animal Management Officer has completed an inspection of the Strathnavor Reserve and has organised for additional signage to remind dog owners that dogs must be on a leash at all times and that they must pick up after the dog. An additional dog dropping receptacle and dog dropping bags will also be installed. The Animal Management Officer has also been requested to undertake targeted surveillance of the Strathnavor Reserve over the coming weeks, with the aim of providing a presence and engaging with dog owners to promote the importance of responsible dog ownership. The following actions are also planned. Council has recruited under the Working for Victoria initiative someone to undertake a signage audit, which will identify areas where signage requires enhancement. This work will be carried out over the next 6 months. The request to have dogs banned from Strathnavor Reserve is one that would require wide community engagement and consultation. Following extensive community engagement in July 2021, Council is in the process of preparing its Domestic Animal Management Plan 2021 to 2025. Within this plan, Council, in response to community feedback, has committed as a longer-term piece of work to undertake future community engagement on topics such as review of the current dog control orders. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. The second and final question this evening comes from Logan Shield. Logan's question reads, the Riverside/Fairburn Park precinct is the lowest lying area within our municipality and will therefore be the first area permanently inundated as sea levels rise due to climate change. High tides and flooding will progressively render those open spaces unusable over the course of this century and for at least centuries to come. The IPCC notes that, quote, responsibility for adapting to sea level rise in Australasia rests principally with local governments through spatial planning instruments, end quote. Will Council consider updating or commissioning a new master plan of the precinct that takes sea level rise into account and plans for an orderly long-term retreat of facilities from the area at least overall cost to ratepayers? I once again pass to our CEO, Helen Swee, to respond.
Thank you, Logan. Through the Mayor, Council's MV 2040 strategy acknowledges the long-term impact of climate change. MV 40 states that climate change adaptation is about being better prepared and equipped to cope with the impacts of climate change. Adaptation planning involves improving the ability of Council services, our natural and built assets, and our community to be resilient to the impacts of climate change. Council has progressed work to assess the potential impact of climate change and flooding on the community and the assets under Council's control. In the coming months, we will work with Melbourne Water to commence updating Council's planning framework to ensure that it is up to date and able to address the impacts of flooding and climate change. Council has commenced work on a new Riverside Fairburn Park master plan. This process will include consideration of potential flooding impacts on existing and possible future assets. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. The next item on the agenda is item 9, reports from delegated committees, of which we have none. So we'll move to item 10, which is council reports. Now, the first report, 10.1, I've declared a conflict of interest. So I will get Councillor Hodgson to move into the chair, and I will get moved to the waiting room, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kamsi. So item 10.1 on the agenda is number 4, Coldclough Court, Strathmore, construction of 2 dwellings. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillors, do I have a motion for item 10.1? Thank you, Councillor Isa.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm not a ward councillor, but I shall move the following motion. I'll move the officer's recommendation with an amendment. So I'm going to read the full motion, if that's okay. That council issue a notice of decision to amend a planning permit in relation to application number MV/916/2015/B at 4 Coldclough Court, Lot 4 on plan of subdivision 705374C, close brackets, in accordance with the following. Condition 1P modified to read, the northern kitchen window and eastern door of dwelling 1 and the eastern family room window and northern door of dwelling 2 to be obscured or otherwise screened to a maximum transparency of 25% to a height of 1.7 metres from finished floor level, with screening measures to also be fixed to this height. In lieu of current wording, and sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm just wanting confirmation that this is still part of the motion that I'm still reading. In lieu of current wording, the northern and eastern ground floor habitable room windows and glazed doors to be fixed and obscured or otherwise screened to a maximum transparency of 25% to a height of 1.7 metres from finished floor level, with all window screening measures to also be fixed to this height. The inclusion of the following permit note: this permit has been amended to modify condition 1P and to modify the approved development pursuant to section 72-76B of the Planning and Environment Act 1987.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I'll just confirm with governance that they got the wording of that alternative. In the meantime, I'll ask for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Adams, thank you.
Can we please see the motion, Deputy Mayor?
Of course, thanks, Councillor Sharp. Governance, yes, share screen would be very helpful, thank you. So Councillor Isa, just confirming the wording read out there. So the inclusion of and eastern door of dwelling 1.
And then it should have a northern door of dwelling 2. So eastern family room window and northern door of dwelling 2. Now, if anyone wanted to have an adjournment to clarify those particular inclusions on the plans, I would be more than happy to support that, to check that that's correct. I have tried to check with the appropriate manager, but if anyone's unsure, I'd be happy to adjourn to check if that was useful.
Councillor Isa, I think that might be a good idea, given the history of this application, that we just double check that we've got things absolutely correct. So I'll just seek a 5-minute adjournment so that we can double check the wording of that motion.
No problem.
Apologies, those watching at home. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks everyone very much for your patience. We're just returning from a short adjournment to clarify wording of a motion on the floor. This is for 10.1, which is the application at number 4 Coldclough Court, Strathmore, construction of 2 dwellings. I'll just ask governance to share the screen once more, and I will read out the motion on the floor. And that is that council issue a notice of decision to amend a planning permit in relation to application number MV/916/2015/B at 4 Coldclough Court, Lot 4 on plan of subdivision 705374C in accordance with the following. Condition 1P modified to read: the northern kitchen window and eastern door of dwelling 1 and eastern family room window and northern door of dwelling 2 to be obscured or otherwise screened to a maximum transparency of 25% to a height of 1.7 metres from finished floor level, with screening measures to also be fixed to this height. In lieu of the current wording, the northern and eastern ground floor habitable room windows and glazed door to be fixed and obscured or otherwise screened to a maximum transparency of 25% to a height of 1.7 metres from finished floor level, with all window screening measures to also be fixed to this height. The inclusion of the following permit note: this permit has been amended to modify condition 1P and to modify the approved development pursuant to section 72-76B of the Planning and Environment Act 1987. This was moved by Councillor Isa, seconded by Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I think I'm late to an application that has caused neighbours and council considerable angst over many years. And I know that I guess that there's some frustration, I think, from myself that it's back in council again. Looking through its history, it seems to have come to council several times with seeking amendments upon amendments, which is quite a difficult and confusing situation for all involved. My understanding is that the original permit had some mistakes, or in the building of the original permit there were some errors made, and then the applicant sought to correct by retrospectively amending the permit to take into account the errors that were made in building. And in the process of putting forward some of those amendments, there were some amendments that the applicant has now realised that they don't like, but rather than following process and going to VCAT, as they had a right to in 2020 to object to those amendments, they didn't go to VCAT and they've brought it to council seeking further amendments of these amendments. And the look, I understand that last year, 2020, was a difficult year, but the planning process has appeal opportunities for people. And the appeal opportunity for this particular amendment was between, I think it was between June and August of 2020. And that was the time for the applicant to seek a correction if that was what they desired. Instead, there's this process now of trying to ask us to take away all of the glazing from some doors on the ground floor. Now, there was also an error where the amendment seemed to say that the doors should be fixed, which obviously doesn't make much sense, because if doors need to be or are to be fixed, then and can't open, then they're not doors. So that's obviously something that could be fixed through a Section 71 technical amendment. I've amended the officer's recommendation to maintain the glazing of the doors, because these properties, these homes, are built very, very close to each other. While we haven't been able to do a site visit during COVID, we've had a look at numerous plans and pictures that have been sent. And while it is always hard to appreciate things in the abstract, I'm sufficiently assured that the proximity between these windows and neighbouring properties is enough to create overlooking issues. I think, though, that more so for myself is that, as I say, the time to amend this or to appeal this was last year, after the amendment was passed by council. And if we had every applicant coming back to council seeking amendments a year after their permit, we would be here, we're already looking at a late meeting tonight, we'd be here for much longer if this was something that we allowed applicants to do over and over again. There's a planning process. Please, applicants, if you can stick to it, then all of our lives are easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Adams, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nothing further to add. I think Councillor Isa's summed it up well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, this topic or this application has certainly come to us a number of times and came to us last year. In the meeting last year, a lot of the permit conditions were actually sort of pretty much done on the fly, and to be sitting here and pretty much having an alternative proposed that is done on the fly again tonight doesn't really sit all that comfortably with me, because last year there was certainly at least one condition that didn't make sense at all that councillors imposed, and had to be fixed through Section 71 processes and the like. And here we are again looking at a proposal for some screening, or to remove some screening on some certain windows. Now, I understand all the background with this and how it's been a very difficult process for all the residents there. And as a council group last year particularly, we certainly tried to do our best to make sure that residential amenity and everyone around this site was protected as well as they could be based on what had occurred. My concern with this is that effectively there's glazing to windows that are in habitable areas, and there's glazing to 3/4 of the windows throughout this entire house. Now, as a council, we promote our solar, we promote people, we promote light because that's the best way to heating and the like. So I'm concerned that by glazing these windows, it's not great amenity for the people actually living in these dwellings, and it is on the ground floor. So I know a few residents have sent photos in, and I understand the floor levels and all that are all the issue, but there is a fence there of 2.2 metres high, which is a massive fence, in order to appease, if that's the correct word, the overlooking issues. So I would be flagging the officer's recommendation. I don't want to muck this up again. And at the end of the day, we've got a building with 3/4 of the windows glazed, and I'm really not sure how that actually, how we can promote as a council residential amenity when we've put this condition on last year on the fly, which really didn't make any sense, and it's pretty much been proven because it's been brought back to us now. So thank you. I'm foreshadowing the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I understand that this application has a really long history, but I also want to sort of not necessarily take that as such into account. Whilst I see what Councillor Isa was saying in regards to the time for the applicant was to take it to VCAT at a particular period of time, I completely agree with that. But they have, just because they haven't gone through the normal process doesn't mean they can't go through this process. You're right, we would have a lot if we did have it this way. And we wouldn't necessarily want it, but I'm not going to use that as a reason for in my decision making, I suppose. In regards to Councillor Sharp's comments, I don't really like the idea of it being on the fly. You've obviously been a Buckley Ward councillor last term and this term. I feel like I know myself, there has been so many emails, so much work. I feel like I know more about what's going on in this area than I do lots of random other developments or pockets across the municipality. So I don't believe it's been done on the fly, but I do believe that it has been a really difficult application because there's been a lot of moving pieces. And at the end of the day, I think that everyone's really tried their best, including Councillor Isa, who's not a ward councillor and has gone and moved a motion. So that's how I feel. In terms of the application itself, I actually do agree with what Councillor, regardless of all the history, I actually do agree with what we had last year in terms of it being glazed. I feel like whilst it isn't ideal, the whole development isn't really ideal. We know that. And so, no, it's not going to be the best outcome for the development. Because if it was the best outcome for the development, that would have been if it was built properly and to spec in the first place. But this is, I believe, the best and fairest outcome for all parties involved from the position that we're in now. So I will be supporting Councillor Isa's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa, would you like to close?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Councillor Sharp for raising those issues of sustainable development, because they are so important. And it is a situation here where these principles do butt up against each other in terms of privacy and sustainable development. Whether or not a particular home has windows that are glazed in this particular position isn't the be-all and end-all of the sustainability. However, there are plenty of other ways that windows could be put in the higher echelons of the particular area to capture that northern light, taking the glazing off the lower part of the doors is not probably, as I say, the optimal or the only. It's certainly not the only, and it's not necessarily the most optimal way of increasing the building's sustainable and its carbon footprint. But I do appreciate that issue being raised, and it's a really important point for us to always remember. And I also appreciate Councillor Byrne's point that it's not the only reason that I've moved this motion. I do think that privacy, particularly when people are trying to live in small blocks very close to each other, is important, particularly when people have small children or are at home a lot during COVID. These things can make our feeling of safety and comfort at home can really make a difference to that. I'm sorry I'm not at my most eloquent tonight. This isn't my ward, and I don't want to step on any ward toes here. I appreciate councillors supporting this amendment if you're able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Isa, Councillor Tyson, and those against? Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Hodgson, and with the casting vote, that motion is lost. Councillor Sharp, would you like to move you foreshadowed?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I will move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Sharp, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I don't really need to rehash much, I suppose, but I just want to reiterate that I think all of us around this table know how sensitive this issue is. And I believe we are, as a group, certainly taking into account all sides of the debate and all perspectives that we can take in. At the end of the day, there's a lot of things that we have to look at as a councillor group, and the fact that ground floor habitable room windows are glazed. I just can't see how that's acceptable to most. And I know that this development has had a lot of issues in the past. Putting all that aside, the amenity, we also need to look at the amenity of the residents. And it's been mentioned about COVID and all like of it, people being at home. We as a council talk about sustainability all the time, constantly. And from what I can see, with the fencing involved at 2.2 metres high, it's actually between 2.2 and 2.4, the fencing. It's a huge fence. And I think, you know, we need to be fair for both sides, taking into account everything that's happened to date. I put my faith in the officers, and I'm so very glad that we aren't doing anything on the floor tonight. And hopefully the officers' recommendation gets up, because they're the experts in this, and I certainly don't want to muck it up like it was mucked up last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sypek, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've known about this application right from day one. I won't elaborate on the history of it as well, but I'm glad to see that this will be coming to a conclusion, and I think the officer's recommendation is the most appropriate way forward with this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa?
Oh, look, only just to say, this isn't being done on the, that no amendments tonight were moved on the fly. I double-checked, I called an adjournment to absolutely double-check that amendments were correct, having gone through it laboriously over the past week to make sure that I had the right plans and the right windows. So I just, Deputy Mayor, I guess I'd just like to make sure, for the record, nothing tonight has been done on the fly. I absolutely worked through what amendments needed to be moved to make sure that it made sense, and double checked with the appropriate manager that those amendments weren't going to then require another Section 71 technical amendment. So I just, don't appreciate it being characterised as some kind of flight of fancy. It's certainly not that at all. And, maybe it was last year, but it certainly wasn't this year.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bedio?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'm just going to comment. The word glazed has been thrown around. I just want to clarify that by glazed, for the people watching, we mean opaque. I'm assuming most windows are glazed, but for this, in relation to this application, it means making them opaque so they're not, you can't see through them. But other than that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour.
Can I get a vote of reply, please?
Oh, so apologies, Councillor Sharp, of course.
Thank you. Just a note, I guess we had to take a 5-minute adjournment to work on the wording. So I wasn't aware of the wording before this meeting. I have had no communication with Councillor Isa about her said wording. So I'm sorry, but it was on the fly. Otherwise, we would not have had to have a 5-minute adjournment to work it out. So just confirming that. Happy to go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Sypek, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, and those against? Councillor Isa, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Tyson, and that motion is carried on the casting vote. Thank you very much. We'll invite the Mayor back to the Chair for item 10.2 on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillors, I need to address a matter from public question time, and obviously the meeting rules would prevent me from doing that without a suspension of standing orders. So could I please have a mover to suspend standing orders so I can address a matter relating to public question? Councillor Isa, seconded Councillor Adams. All those in favour? Those in favour, Councillor Isa? And that's carried unanimously. So I've just received a pretty disappointing message pertaining to the first question asked during public question time. So an individual named Nina Eason has advised council she believes a question that formed part of public question time has been lodged with council in her name without her knowledge. So it would appear that unless there is an extremely unlikely coincidence that this individual has been impersonated during our public question time. Now, I'm also aware of one other disallowed question this evening that also impersonated another individual, and that was picked up prior to the meeting. Unfortunately, Ms. Eason's wasn't. So I just want to make it clear that this council and local government in general is nobody's plaything. Local government is recognised in the Victorian Constitution Act 1975, with the Local Government Act 2020 being the principal legislation in Victoria governing the establishment and operation of council, with a suite of regulations outlined under the Act. I would therefore suggest that impersonating an individual to a legislative body of council, a legislative body like council, in a formal meeting of council, if it has happened, would be a fairly serious matter. It's not a funny joke. I would therefore like to assure our community that we will attempt to strengthen our governance rules, which are a struggle during a pandemic when those asking the questions are not actually present within the chamber. Now, if people are taking advantage of public question time because we are in the middle of yet another lockdown, I would say that's a sad blight on all those involved. In reviewing any public question provisions that we may need to change as a result of what has occurred this evening, I really hope that any alleged acts that have occurred this evening don't prevent proper democracy, and that all community members are still given the chance to engage and ask questions of our council. Could I also please publicly apologise to any individuals that have had questions asked this evening on their behalf? And should those individuals wish to take it further, I'll ensure that we review the IP addresses, should they be able to be disclosed, and pursue the matter should those individuals wish to. This is not a joke. Impersonating people is a serious matter, and it is not going to happen at this council. Councillors, I'd seek to resume standing orders. A mover, please. Councillor Sharp, seconded Councillor Hodgson. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Item 10.2, councillors, is 21 Clarence Street, Flemington, lot 35 on plan of subdivision 2202 MV 952021. Partial demolition and construction of an addition to a dwelling in a heritage overlay area and on a lot less than 300 square metres. Councillors, do I have a mover? Councillor Isa.
I'd like to move an alternative motion, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
That council issue a notice of decision to refuse to grant a permit in relation to planning permit application number MV 96/2021 for the partial demolition and construction of an addition to a dwelling in a heritage overlay and on a lot less than 300 square metres at 21 Clarence Street, Flemington, lot 35 on plan of subdivision 2202 on the following grounds. 1, the proposal fails to meet the overarching objective and strategies of clause 1501(2) urban design principles of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme and would result in an urban design outcome that fails to positively contribute to the local character. 2, the proposal fails to meet the overarching objective and strategies of clause 15031L heritage conservation and clause 15015L neighbourhood character of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme as the policy relates to A, bulk of alterations and additions proximate to contributory and significant buildings, B, excessive scale, limited recess and excessive appearance of the first floor addition, and C, a lack of an appropriate material and colour scheme. And 3, the proposal fails to satisfy the following standards contained within clause 54, one dwelling on a lot, of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme and does not achieve an acceptable outcome in terms of the following objectives relative to the decision guidelines set out for that or each objective. A, clause 54033, site coverage. B, clause 5404.6, overlooking, and C, clause 5406.1, design detail.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, you wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor. Clarence Street's a small street which currently has 20 houses and one empty block. It's a beautiful pocket of Flemington and inner Melbourne. Most of the houses in Clarence Street were built circa 1890, and the street was one of the first subdivisions in Newmarket. It's recently been included in a heritage overlay. We recognise and value its heritage. All of the houses except 21 Clarence Street are Victorian timber or brick cottages with a mixture of single and double fronted homes on small blocks. The houses are characterised by low picket fences, wrought iron lacework, timber framed windows and doors, hipped roofs and low built form. The heritage citation refers to Clarence Street as having an overall consistency of Victorian housing form with particularly hipped roofs and single story characterising this street. This particular property is non-contributory, so additions can be made without the same level of attention to the heritage guidelines. Nevertheless, it does need to respect the neighbourhood character, and additions can't completely disregard the heritage streetscape and the contributory nature of neighbouring properties. First-storey additions in heritage precincts need to be adequately recessed and not dominate the contributory nature of the surrounds. The first-storey addition I describe as a front-weighted ski jump that creates an impression of even greater height due to its ambitious incline that points skywards. It is profoundly out of sync with the neighbouring heritage properties. It's also set forward on the house and rather squashed by the garage to the south. Oh, sorry, it's not the right direction, but squashed by the garage, creating a roof line that's completely at odds with the prevailing roof line of the street. The roof line of the front-weighted ski jump is sufficiently out of character for the street, but is accentuated further by a vast glass window that dominates the frontage, again out of sync with neighbouring properties. I note previous decisions for properties nearby at VCash at 37 Marshall Street, Flemington, which abuts 21 Clarence Street. In 2012, a permit for a modern two-storey house was refused on several grounds, including visual bulk and scale. The member at the time said that the proposed modern two-storey house would adversely affect the existing character of the immediate neighbourhood and surrounds, and that the plans on the first floor were somewhat ambitious. The proposal would be too dominating for the surrounds and did not sit comfortably. In 2015, a permit for a modern two-storey extension at 33 Marshall Street, just around the corner, or actually directly opposite 21 Clarence Street, was refused at VCash. The grounds given at that time were that the plans did not make a positive contribution to the prevailing single-storey scale and Edwardian Victorian form of existing buildings. It did not respect the height and form of the street, and the visual bulk would introduce a dominating and bulky addition to the neighbourhood. The curved roof of that particular property didn't complement the roofs of the existing dwellings. In the same way, I argue that this particular addition has a roof line that doesn't complement the roofs of existing dwellings. It also introduces a dominating and bulky addition to the neighbourhood, and it also does not make a positive contribution to the prevailing single-storey scale of the Edwardian and Victorian form of the existing buildings, irrespective of how it might stand alone as a piece of architecture. So the proposed design, in my view, is too big and bulky for the site, unsympathetic to the neighbourhood character, and is an inadequate design response to the site and surrounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Isa. I found this one a really difficult one, and I suppose I'll just make a couple of comments. Having been in the consultation meeting, I'm sympathetic to the applicant and the architect who made the argument that as a non-contributory building, it didn't need to, design an addition that mimicked the Edwardian and Victorian prevailing architectural style of the street. But I think, without being an architect myself, I do tend to agree with Councillor Riser's view that whilst, of course, it shouldn't mimic, the current design does, in my opinion, dominate the streetscape in a way that doesn't, comply with, I think, what we'd like to see in the heritage overlay area. The first floor addition, and it's unfortunate, I know, and as I say, I'm sympathetic to the applicant. There are a lot of site constraints, and that's quite difficult. Other second stories or first floors, I should say, in the area have the advantage of being able to be somewhat obscured behind a pitched roof, which this property doesn't have. So, as I said, I'm not really sure what an alternative design would look like, but the design that's in front of us and the impact that I think that will have on the streetscape is, I don't think, sympathetic enough to the prevailing style, and for that reason, and as Councillor Rice has outlined, the lack of addressing the neighbourhood character of the precinct, I'll support the refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Bedio.
Sorry, Mayor, couldn't find the mute button. Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, just want to flag an alternative motion to support the officer's recommendation. I agree with my colleagues that this was quite a difficult application to assess. There are some strong views either side on this one in particular. In looking at the officer's report, the design the building largely complies with standards and setbacks. The increase in height of the overall building is 2.1 metres. Now, it looks a lot more on the plans because the existing roof is a flat roof compared to the pitch roofs that you would usually see. But this application in particular sort of posed a really interesting question to me about development in the future in Moonee Valley. Noting that this is within a heritage overlay and there's some significant houses in here, some heritage, some culturally significant houses in here. This particular block is a non-contributory. The house itself doesn't really add anything to the street as it is. In fact, I would go so far as to say it probably diminishes from the overall heritage appeal of that precinct. Now, for this, it poses a question about what we do moving forward in our heritage precincts. In Moonee Valley, we have quite a lot of them. Is it that when we redevelop an existing house in a heritage precinct, we knock down and redevelop to mimic the existing heritage properties within the precinct? I don't think that should be the way we go. I think that would actually diminish from the heritage or the significant houses in that precinct. I also don't think that the houses that are developed should be designed so that they're essentially lackluster. I don't think that's fair to the owners of those properties either. I think what was presented was quite a good balance. We need to accept that houses will be redeveloped where the heritage areas, heritage precincts aren't museums, they're dynamic communities. We need to allow people to renovate. So for me, I think what was presented was actually quite a good balance. I don't think it takes away from the appeal of the heritage properties or the contributory properties. I think if anything, it sort of creates a nice dichotomy so that there is a mixture of housing stock and it actually points out what are the contributory houses. So for me, I won't be supporting this refusal and I'll be putting forward the officer's recommendation should it fail.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo what Councillor Bedio said, actually. I've read through this entire report and there's certainly some notes here. The breadth of the building form across the width of the site is considered proportionate to the building size and scale. There is no change to the existing boundary to boundary ground floor built form. The rear setback of the development presents to the rear property boundary, which is an existing condition of the site. The first floor addition is set back 2.4 metres from the western boundary and abuts a laneway. The works are proportional to the size of the existing dwelling and scale of floor levels evident in the Clarence Street context. The height of each floor level is approximately 3 metres and proportionate to the scale of heritage listed properties within Clarence Street. This will ensure that the dwelling will not compromise the celebration of contributory and significant dwellings within the existing heritage streetscape, while allowing for changes which do not compromise the architectural response of the non-contributory dwelling. And the breadth of the building from across the width of the site is considered proportionate to the building's size and scale. You know, our heritage areas are incredibly important to all of us here at Council and our wider community. But when you have a non-contributory dwelling situated right in the middle of a heritage overlay, it's always going to be problematic. But that's not to say that the people that own that have precluded from ever developing. Did I bleep out then? Or could you hear me? Anyway,
still there.
keep going. You know, in Moonee Valley, we certainly don't want to mimic our heritage areas. We encourage newer development, and I note the existing building that's there now has a skillion roof, and this proposal is for another skillion roof. Yes, it's a larger dwelling, it's a double story, but it's not something that's incredibly different from what is there now. And I think that in the times that we're in at the moment, if we're going to refuse, we really need good grounds to refuse. And I'm extremely happy to support the officer's recommendation. I think it will be incredibly unfair to refuse a development that pretty much ticks all the Res Code boxes and has gone through our heritage advisor. So, yeah, happy to leave it.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Is any other councillor? Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Isey, wish to close?
Thanks, Mayor. Obviously, we're not talking about every home in our heritage precincts. We're looking at this particular application, and we really need to confine our decision making to an assessment of this particular application and not draw wider generalisations around other applications. This has to be all about the particular plans that are being put forward to us. With this particular application, it's actually not so much about the height. The height's not something that's been mentioned in the refusal. It's actually about the continuity of the roof line and the presentation of the home and the roof line in particular to the streetscape, a streetscape that has been included in our heritage precincts with a citation that particularly emphasises the importance of the roof lines. The roof line of the original building is vastly different. It's a flat roof. The roof line of the addition is profoundly different to that. So it's not continuing at all the existing roof line. It's including a very different element to the street. And if I can just refer again to the way previous decisions have looked at the attention or the insufficient attention that was given to previous applications to the site context and the character of this part of Flemington. So what we need to do in assessing this is really look at the attention to the site context and the character of this part of Flemington and consider whether this is a good response or a poor response to that character and built form. And I think that it's very difficult to argue looking at the streetscape, and heritage is all about streetscape. It's very difficult to look at the streetscape here and argue that this is anything but a poor response to the character of the streetscape. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Isa, Councillor Tyson. Those against? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Seifert, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Nation. That motion is lost. Councillors, there was a foreshadowed motion. Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Byrne, I saw first, sorry. Councillor Bedio, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. There's not a lot more that I'll add to what I spoke to previously, other than there have been, obviously, we've just discussed the suitability of the site in its context. I'll note that 15 Clarence Street, which I believe is 2 or 3 houses just before, we've actually approved a planning permit back in 2018 for a house with a double-storey house that I believe is actually higher than what we're seeking to approve right now. I'll bet it's a different style to this house. However, in terms of roof lines and height, it is quite similar, if not a little bit higher. Other than that, Mayor, I think I've spoken enough in your last motion, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Byrne, wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I found this one a really difficult application to assess, but in the end, I ended up thinking that the officer's recommendation weighed up. As mentioned, I think it would be very different if it was a knockdown rebuild, but I think they are working as best as they can with an extension in what they could. I don't know whether they would get a better outcome if they still wanted to have a livable dwelling to cater for their needs and diversity of dwellings and whatnot. I feel like they did with the roof what they needed to do. I know that it isn't necessarily what everybody in the street would want, but I feel like when I weighed it up, I really could have gone either way, but I feel like considering where they were and they wanted to extend their current property with that extra level, they did what they could, and that's and that in line with what the officer's recommendation was, and the Heritage Advisor is why I am supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to make the quick point that, you know, as I said, it was a pretty tough one. And the house down the street, I believe it hasn't been built yet, but that I think Councillor Bedio, I could be wrong, but appeared on the plans that we had a look at, was what I was saying there, where the second story can be obscured a little bit behind the pitched roof, which, you know, weighed into my decision making on this one. So it is, you know, I do acknowledge that second stories or first floors are being built in the surrounds, but yeah, note that, you know, with recent decisions and the design in front of us, I just, yeah, didn't feel that it appropriately addressed that streetscape character. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa.
Look, I actually think Councillor Hodgson has made the point that I wished to make, which is just to reiterate that my concerns with respect to this were not so much about the height. In fact, as I said, the height wasn't part of the refusal. It's more about the type of roof line, and the property that was approved several doors down and hasn't yet been built does conform with the roof line style that's part of this particular streetscape. So it's a very different proposal, and so it's just not an argument that I feel can be made with respect to this particular property.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Bedio, wish to close?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to make one point. I think some of my colleagues have discussed in assessing the suitability of the property, you need to look at it's about each individual application, but there seems to be some contradiction where we're then talking about other outcomes or other planning decisions that have been made. I think from my perspective, in looking at this development in particular, I think it is suitable to the neighbourhood character. I think it works well within the heritage overlay, and for that reason, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Nation. Those against? Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Isa. That motion is carried. Before we move to item 10.3, Councillor Adams has declared a conflict, so she will move out of virtual chambers into the waiting room. Councillors, report 10.3 is 97 Glass Street, Essendon, construction of 6 dwellings amendment. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Sharp.
Happy to move the officer's recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Sharp, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just quickly, this permit has already been approved. They have just wanted to put in a subsequent amendment to reduce the number of buildings from 6 to 5, but in doing so, increase the size of the 5th dwelling to the rear. In reading the report, it does mention that it does look like more of a 3-storey building to the rear. So I was concerned about that upon first reading this report, but I know that there's a condition being placed on the permit which will require the height of dwelling 5 second floor to be reduced by replacing the roof, and then that in turn reduces the height of the building. So, and there's also a little bit of extra setback from the rear. So happy to support it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm just happy to support Councillor Sharp. I think it makes perfect sense to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Sharp, wish to close? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Bedio, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Nation. Those against? Councillor Isa. That motion is carried. Before we hit 10.4, we'll ask Councillor Adams to be returned to chambers. Councillors, item 10.4 is 25 Pearl Street, Nidri, Lot 1 on title plan, 434799N, MV 36/2021, construction of 3 dwellings. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Tyson.
I'll move an alternative to the officer's recommendation.
Do you advise us what that alternative is, please?
It's lengthy, but that council issue a notice of decision to refuse to grant a permit in relation to planning permit application number MV/36/2021 for the construction of 3 dwellings at 25 Pearl Street, Nidri, brackets Lot 1 on title plans 434799N on the following grounds. 1, the proposal fails to achieve acceptable outcomes of clause 15.01-5L, neighbourhood character. In particular, it does not respond appropriately to the following guidelines of the Garden Suburban 6 precinct under the Moonee Valley Neighbourhood Character Study 2012 as A, the building form appears excessive due to the first floor overhang presenting to the street, B, the building materials do not reflect the surrounding character, and C, the excessive hard surfaces reduce landscaping ability across the site. 2, the proposal fails to meet the strategies contained within clause 21.06-4, objectives and strategies-urban design of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme, and will result in a development that fails to appropriately respond to its location and the surrounding context. 3, the proposal fails to satisfy the following standards contained within clause 55, brackets 2 or more dwellings on a lot of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme, and does not achieve an acceptable outcome in terms of the following objectives relative to the decision guidelines set out for that/each objective. A, clause 55.02-1, neighbourhood character. B, clause 55.03-1, street setback. C, clause 55.03-8, landscaping. D, clause 55.03-9, access. E, clause 55.04-1, side and rear setbacks. F, clause 55.04-5, overlooking, and G, clause 55.05-2, dwelling entry. 4, the proposal will cause adverse traffic impacts on the surrounding area, which will be substantial and unreasonable. 5, the proposed development is an overdevelopment of the site and will have an adverse impact on the streetscape and amenity of the surrounding area.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillors, do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Tyson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thanks, Mayor. I think the very lengthy refusal does outline a lot of my concerns. This was a line ball decision for me. I think it was unfortunate going through the community consultation process that we weren't able to reach an outcome favourable to objectors and the applicant. There have been a couple of issues across the application and a couple of errors that were needing to be fixed up. I think for me, in particular, I'd highlight the overdevelopment aspect, particularly in Niddrie. We're seeing these sort of developments 3 on a block more frequently, and they do need to be scrutinised in relation to our planning scheme. And also, as noted in the refusal, the traffic impacts on a very small court, essentially, and you know, the driveways and other problems relating to the application. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Tyson's pointed out, this is a very sort of 50-50 borderline decision, and I've decided to support Councillor Tyson in a refusal. And after his lengthy explanation of what the refusal that he's put up, I just wanted to point out just a few more things after studying the plans myself. 55.04-1, side and rear setbacks by encroachment of the B17 profile on both the north and southern sides of the development. 55.04-4, the north-facing windows by encroachment of B20 profile of the north-facing habitable rooms. 55.03-9, access by exceeding the maximum limit of 40% of the street frontage. And finally, 55.03-6, significant tree objectives. So no TPZ defined or building setbacks for trees, T36 to T41, consistent with the arboricultural impact assessment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies, I just need to get my correct notes up. Apologies. So obviously we've got a development here, and there's 3 dwellings on it, and there's 820 squares. And normally I wouldn't actually be against that. We've seen in Niddrie, we've seen developments with 3 dwellings on it on 650 squares. So the actual size of the block, I think, could potentially cater for 3 dwellings in one way or another. And I think this is one of the dilemmas that the ward councillors have been tossing up. The reason why there's a few reasons, particularly some of the clauses that Councillor Sypek mentioned before, but one of the things that I did want to touch on was the frontage and the access issues. So there's going to be two crossovers going into 3 driveways and hence 3 garages, and so it will be quite visually dominant from the street. Now, we have seen a few examples of this, but they've occurred when there's been a wider street frontage. So at the moment we've got a 42% street frontage, and you've got to have a 40%, no more than 40% street frontage taken up by the driveways. And that for me, and there's been, can I just say, there's been so much work in trying to rejig that to get that to a better outcome for the street, but it doesn't occur. So I suppose I want councillors to have a real think if they would want in their street or in their neighbourhood a really visually dominant with bulk and scale of 3 dominant garages. squeezed in where they don't squeeze. So as I said, I'm not necessarily against the idea of 3 dwellings, but the way that it's configured to me doesn't quite work. I think most of the other things have been said. This block will be developed, and I believe that it probably will be 3 dwellings. I'm noteful that there is 4 dwellings next door, but I think it's really important for us to be careful not to just go, oh, there's 3 dwellings on 820 squares, that's fine. We've actually got to make sure that it adds to the area and then it does tick those boxes. And I feel this one needs a few more tweaks. It was obviously, it's been conditioned there. Conditioning it more still doesn't quite get there, in my opinion. Therefore, I think that it should be refused and back to the drawing board to alleviate some of those concerns. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I can't support a refusal of this application. I think, in my opinion, it pretty much does tick all the boxes. It is a large parcel of land. I know that there's a lot of development around Niddrie and it's around our entire municipality, but we don't have a trigger to stop that, and each application has to be adjudicated or decided on its individual merits. With this application, I don't see an issue with it. I know there's been some neighbours that are concerned about the impacts, and I understand that. There is already a lot of development in Pearl Street, and I understand that too. But based on the merits and against all the standards of Res Code, which is what we have to look at, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. So I would foreshadow the officer's foreshadow a motion of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Tyson, wish to close? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Sypek, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Tyson. Those against? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Adams, Councillor Nation. That motion is lost. Reverts to Councillor Sharp's foreshadowed motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Adams. Councillor Sharp, wish to speak to the motion?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I don't think I need to say much more other than just what I mentioned in a previous decision. If we are refusing an application, we really need really good grounds in order for them to stack up. Otherwise, it's just a waste of our officers' time and our council and ratepayers' money taking a planning application to VCAT that pretty much ticks all the boxes. So I don't want to place us in that position. And like I said, don't have an issue with that, with this proposal. Notwithstanding, I understand the concerns of the residents surrounding the area, absolutely. But I think that on the whole, I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Adams, wish to speak to the motion?
Nothing further to add. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Byrne?
Thank you, Mayor. I can understand why Councillor Sharp has moved the officer's recommendation. I think all ward councillors touched on it being quite a close, quite close. But there would be, if it is to get through, I suppose there are a couple of conditions that I feel will be able to be addressed, and instead of things, doing this on the floor, I feel like I need 5 minutes to ensure that I get the numbering right, and I'd like to move a 5-minute adjournment, please.
Move a 5-minute adjournment while we're considering this motion. The procedural motion's on the floor. Do I have a seconder for a 5-minute adjournment? Councillor Sypek, put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We'll move to a 5-second adjournment. If councillors could just wait until we're offline. Welcome back to the ordinary meeting of Council for the 24th of August 2021. We're currently at item 10.4, 25 Pearl Street, Niddrie. We have a motion which is the officer's recommendation on the floor. At this stage, our speakers have been Councillor Sharp as mover, Councillor Adams as seconder. Councillor Byrne, I don't know what the clock is on, but you probably have 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mayor. So for those who were joining us before and it obviously got a bit mixed up, so obviously we originally put up the refusal, which didn't get up, and now we are Councillor Sharp has moved the officer's recommendation, and I can understand why that has been done, but I think there are some slight tweaks. Whilst I would have preferred the refusal, if it is going to go through in the form of the officer's recommendation, I just feel like a couple of little extra conditions will make it a better development for the city. So, Mayor, I would like to move an amendment, if I may. Amendment and
yes,
sort of like a slight alternative.
What is your amendment, please?
Yeah. So under point 1, I'd like to add in B, the first floor northern wall of dwelling 3 to be set back in accordance with the standard B17 of clause 55.04-1, side and rear setbacks of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme. C, the first floor southern wall of dwelling 1 to be set back in accordance with standard B17 of clause 55.01-1, side and rear setbacks, and standard B20 of clause 55.04-4, north facing windows of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme. D, any modifications required to the northern side of dwelling 3 so as to not encroach within the tree protection zones of trees 36 to 41. And E, any internal reconfiguration as a consequence of conditions 1A to 1D, and then re-lettered from F down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Sypek. Now, Councillor Byrne, would you like to speak to your specific amendment, being those said conditions?
Yes, so a lot of these, as I said, they're just minor tweaks in terms of what the officer's recommendation was, and it's basically just to get things instead of, I suppose, saying, oh, it's just a little bit over, so that's okay. It's actually just making sure that they are all actually okay and meet our standards and objectives. And so I feel like, as I think I've touched on these before, and they were spoken about in the first, when we initially spoke about this application, but it's basically mainly to do with side and rear setbacks, and just to ensure, obviously, as well, the tree protection zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the specific amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I would have preferred a refusal, but now that we've got the officer's recommendation with some minor adjustments, I'm sort of pleased that out of the 5 things that I mentioned, 4 of them have been covered by Councillor Byrne's amendment. So that's why I'm happy to support this, because it covers a lot of the concerns that I had with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? If not, Councillor Byrne, wish to close? So I'm putting the specific amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So that now becomes the substantive. Councillor Sharp has spoken as the mover, Councillor Adams as the seconder. Councillor Byrne, you have 2 minutes to resume. Thank you, Governance.
Thank you, Mayor. I suppose it's always really difficult as a ward councillor to be able to find the balance when it comes to these applications, and it's really hard to know whether to go for the refusal or to go with the officer's recommendation or with extra conditions. And we never, I suppose, really know where we land. So for residents that are tuning in at home, whilst it might have seemed clunky, I suppose, we were looking at all different options to get what we thought would be the best possible outcome, which would get the majority of councillors, I do believe, because people supported the amendment that went through. This will possibly go through as is, even though it's not necessarily exactly what we wanted, but I feel like it is a good compromise from where we were. So this is a better outcome than I think it meets more of the objectives now than potentially what the officer's recommendation did. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive motion? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to make the point of, in deciding to vote against the refusal, part of that was, the application as it stands obviously has some issues, and the officers had done a fair bit of work to, work with the applicant on some conditions. I thank ward councillors for their attention and addition of a few more conditions to bring the development into greater compliance with some of our objectives for the planning scheme. It is a really tough one, but happy with the conditions imposed to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive motion? If not, Councillor Byrne, write a reply. Amendment. Councillor Sharp, mover of the original motion. We'll put the substantive to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Bedio, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Nation. Those against? Councillor Tyson. That motion is carried. Report 10.5 on the agenda is the Integrated Water Management Forum Maribyrnong Catchment Scale IWM Plan. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillors asking for a motion, otherwise the report lapses. Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Bedio, wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, it's very much procedural for us, this one. The report's quite self-explanatory. I don't really have much to add to it.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak? I will no write a reply. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 10.6 is management options for Riverside Golf and Sports Centre. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Tyson.
I'll move an alternative to the officer's recommendation.
Yes, which is?
Just, I guess, by way of the fact that colleagues have
Councillor Tyson, we need a motion.
Yep.
You need to read the motion, not debate the matter until we've got a motion, and then I'll ask for a seconder.
Thanks. So the motion is that council resolves to A, note the findings from the review of the management options to consolidate the sports and leisure offerings at the Riverside Golf and Sports Centre under a single management approach for 1, 9-hole public golf course, 2, golf driving range, 3, netball and tennis courts, 4, golf pro shop, 5, high ropes course, 6, mini golf, 7, hospitality area, including bar, restaurant, commercial kitchen, and internal and external function areas. B, endorse that the council will manage the Riverside Golf and Sports Centre through an in-house management model. C, request the CEO to consider options for the management of the hospitality area, including bar, restaurant, commercial kitchen, and internal and external function areas to maximise benefit to the tenant, clubs, and the community.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Tyson, you wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor. So my proposal here is to bring the management of the Riverside precinct in-house, as it has partially been managed in recent times. This is following more than a decade and a half of neglect under a private operator of the golf course, where I've variously heard from members included that it's falling into disrepair to the point of being one of the worst golf courses in Melbourne. Now, part of the officer's recommendation was around tendering all of these facilities to a private operator, where I think that there's considerable risk to council, to our community, that these facilities will continue to fall into disrepair. As much as we can, make a 700-page contract and try and close all those loopholes, history's shown that this doesn't work. And I think our community knows that tendering to for-profit operators has an incentive there that unfortunately companies need to be accountable to their shareholders, whereas we're accountable to our community. Now, Councillor Hodgson and I, as well as Councillor Isa and Councillor Bedio, attended a community meeting over the weekend where we had approximately 117 community members attend in pretty much universal support of my proposal. I note that many of them are watching tonight, over 50 of them, and I'd seek colleagues' support on this motion because I do believe that potentially tendering out our public facilities for 15 plus years to a fifth or a quarter of a century puts a lot of risk on council. I believe that we have an opportunity here to fix up these facilities, make them what our community expects, what they need, and have a say in its shaping, as well as in the medium term, provide an offset for ratepayers to their rates in terms of actually earning money on this facility, not being the sole purpose, but just to offset those costs. I believe the tide of outsourcing, labour hire and privatisation is on its way out, and I certainly want council to be a part of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Hodgson, wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Tyson, for this alternative, which I'm really supportive of. I just wanted to outline for my colleagues the basis for my belief in why we should run the Riverside precinct in-house. The report gives us a really good analysis and comparison of the pros and cons of two management models, being outsourced or in-house management. And as Councillor Tyson's noted, for about 15 years or more, the management of the precinct has been largely outsourced. There was some change to that when a conflict arose between the driving range and tennis and netball courts. But that hasn't really led to a great result for our community and for the condition of those facilities. While I know that the contract model that's being proposed in the recommendation differs from what we've seen for the last 15 years, I still really firmly believe that a council-run facility offers the maximum benefit and value for our community. As we've mentioned, the state of the course and the conflict between driving range and the courts is a key issue, and one that I think really needs to be addressed in the immediate term future. And I think this is probably going to end up being council's issue to resolve. I'm not at all certain, particularly given some of the projections of the first 3 years of the facility, that they'll probably run at a loss under both models, that the contracting company would be would make that investment themselves. So if council does have to make that investment, I'd really want to see us in a position to be able to run the facility and ensure that revenue for that facility comes back into the council bank account for the benefit of our community and ratepayers. The asset's been described to me recently as a jewel in the crown in Moonee Valley, maybe has the greatest potential of all of our assets to run at a profit. And I think it would be really great to see that profit returned and reinvested into our community. I think that is what will demonstrate the best value to our community. I also think that having council run the facility has the greatest value for our clubs that operate out of the precinct. I know we've spoken to the clubs this week, and it's fair to say, things aren't perfect in the council run courts, tennis and netball courts, but I do think that there was a strong desire to see the facility run in-house, in a sense that, if we can strengthen that partnership between the community clubs and the council, that it would really help support those clubs to foster a great community atmosphere down there and to continue to grow participation in the sports and maximise the use of those facilities. The last point I just wanted to touch on, Mayor, if I could seek an extension of a minute.
Yes, I'm happy to grant that.
Thank you, Mayor. The last point I just wanted to touch on is one of the key differences in the expected expenditure for both of the models. So the outsourced model expends far less money on wages.
Councillor Hodgson, I just need to ensure that nothing from the attachments is just being referred to. I've just had
apologies.
If we just keep the conversation to the debate to the report, just importantly. Sorry for interrupting. I just had it pop up on my screen.
Sure thing. You know, I'll leave it at that, Mayor, without being able to check that in time.
I'm happy to, if you want to do an adjournment, I'm happy to do an adjournment. If you want to claim that extra minute.
That's all right.
Apologies for cutting you off. I just had governance have a message pop up on my screen, so apologies.
Thank you. No, I certainly wouldn't want to speak, you know, on anything confidential out of turn. So I'll just make the point that I really do think that, you know, Council has the potential to run these facilities really well and with really great people if we bring it in-house. So, yeah, firmly support that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to foreshadow that if this motion is to fail, I will put forward the officer's recommendation on this one. Unfortunately, I can't support the motion put by Councillor Tyson. Firstly, I just want to say here at Council, we do a lot of things really well. But I believe we have no business in running a golf course. Case in point, where we've built the new tennis courts and netball courts are right in the line of sight of the existing driving range. I don't think it's within our niche to be operating centres such as this. I think there's been a lot of misinformation put about the community in respect to this motion in particular. I just want to remind the community that since 2002, the Riverside Golf Course has been under private management. That is, the land is owned by council and private management, a private company or a contractor runs that facility on behalf of council. In 2019, we included the tennis courts and the netball. We took away the tennis courts and netball from the management of the existing contractor due to conflicts with the driving range and the timing and the use of those. But it isn't a new plan to, or it isn't a new concept to have private management for the existing facility. Like I said, there's lots of things that we do well at council, but I truly believe that having a private manager will get a better outcome, not only financially for council, but a better outcome for the community. And for that reason, I can't support bringing this in-house.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa.
Thanks, Mayor. So I think we're all in agreement that we really want to have the best quality facility for users and for our community. And the question that we're really faced with is how do we achieve that and what sort of model of management we need to undertake to get that quality asset? Because at the moment, I think we'd also probably all agree that we've got a really poor quality asset and it's really flawed and it's got some real issues that require significant capital investment. And it's not surprising that there's a range of opinions about what are the best management models for running things. I mean, it's just a perennial issue. It's actually what brought me to be a councillor in 2007 was the outsourcing of childcare. And whether or not the argument at the time by many councils was that outsourcing childcare would be more efficient and better quality. In fact, we know that the efficiencies are all about wages in that scenario, and it's what the report says with respect to this particular scenario too, that the cost efficiencies are from wages and conditions. And I'm really uncomfortable with any proposal that rests its financial superiority on the basis of poorer wages and conditions for staff. Look, I do respect the officers' work. I think, officers are working terribly hard in this regard, and I do thank you and commend you for the work that is being put together to try to work out how we can return this asset to something we can be really proud of. I do think, though, that the conclusion that's been drawn by the officers rests on some assumptions. One of those assumptions is that council doesn't have the capacity to hire expertise to provide a quality facility, and I think we do. We do it with a whole range of different types of work within council. It's about identifying the skills needed, and because wages and conditions are quite good at council, it's an attractive employment proposition. There's also an assumption around participation and council's capacity to raise participation. And I'm not convinced that council deserves the low score that's given to it with respect to being able to ensure participation, particularly for whether it's people with disabilities, for young people, for people who don't necessarily turn a profit, for people for management. There are assumptions made around the financial performance. And look, I'm not a financier, and I loathe financial jargon. It really irks me. But I'm not convinced that as I say, that the financial benefits, and Mayor, can I anticipate just a short extension to time? Thank you. That again, the revenue that comes at a cost of either wages and conditions or potentially membership or fees and costs, and although council can potentially also control that, there is that the superior financial performance has to come from somewhere, and at the moment in the report it's wages and conditions. I'm not convinced that there might be other areas that are to the benefit of community. There's also assumptions around council not being innovative. Well, I think that sells us short, terribly short. I think that we're creative, we're innovative, and we can certainly take on expertise and innovation. And it also assumes that a market provider, and I know this is about testing the market, will put the capital into this. We know that capital's needed, significant capital. There are real problems with this asset. We haven't resolved the master plan. We don't completely know the extent of the capital that's required. As I said, I know that we all want to have the best facility. I think that council is we need to get this facility up to scratch before we can hope that someone, a third party, will do that for us. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Tyson, wish to close?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to address something that Councillor Bedio mentioned, and this was just around the capital investment required. And I just believe that it's madness to be doing again what we did 15, 20 years ago and expect a different result. Council in the last 4 weeks has put in more money into this facility and this precinct than at least the previous 5 years. And we've gotten things done, we've improved things substantially, and I know that that's already been recognised by the community. I'd also want to address the tennis and netball courts. I know that we've heard from their peak bodies in the last couple of days, and I know there's, I think, a bit of concern from those peak bodies that there are very few tennis courts, at the very least tennis, that are outsourced across Victoria. And I think we need to be careful in wading into this and adding an extra layer of bureaucracy over the top of the sport, particularly with a fledgling club like the Ascot Vale Tennis Club. Finally, I'd just like to again thank the community members who I've met with and spoken with over the last few days. It's really hard to get motivated during lockdown 6, and I've been really impressed and excited by the community's passion even during these pretty demotivating times. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So we'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Isa. Those against? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Nation. That motion is defeated. We'll revert to the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Bedio. Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Adams. Councillor Bedio, you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess on top of the points that I've already raised in relation to the previous motion, in touching on some of the comments made by my colleagues, I think there is a misunderstanding that all the financial savings are to be made through a reduction in wages. I actually think the biggest savings and why it doesn't seem feasible for council to run this facility is there are operators that run numerous facilities like this, and there's an economies of scale that needs to be factored into. They have teams of experts that run golf courses. They have experts that run tennis clubs, tennis grounds, netball grounds. They know how to run these facilities. Also, to the point on profitability, not all operators in this space are for-profit operators. For example, we've got, and I'm not predetermining anything here, but there are operators such as the YMCA that are a non-for-profit organisation that run numerous recreation centres and gyms and golf courses and whatnot. It's actually quite out of the ordinary when you look at the golf courses and the recreation centres across Victoria that it's quite the outlier that council will run those facilities. And the reason that they choose to have these people, these management teams come in and run these facilities isn't to take away from the community. It's actually to offer more. I truly believe that a private manager and contractor can increase participation, can improve the facility far beyond what we can as council. And that's not selling us short. Like I said, we do lots of things really well, but we are not here to run golf courses. We do so much for the community, but this is not something that councils are known to do. Whereas there are so many organisations that do this and do this every single day. I can fully, and I do fully understand, and I have been contacted by the netball clubs and the tennis clubs, and I really appreciate you contacting me, and I understand why, to some respect, you might be concerned, but please know here at council, the main point or the main thing that we will work towards, if in the instance this gets up, this motion is passed, is that we have really improved our procurement processes well and truly compared to back in 2002. The tenders that we will, or the tendering that and process that we put out, much like we have in the previous years for the Move aquatic centres and the leisure centres, has an assurity that we will get a net community benefit, and that our contractors are an arm of council, that they are also working to deliver the community outcomes that we are aspiring to. But in my opinion, they will do a much better job than what we can. And that is echoed through this report. So I want to thank officers for your diligent work in putting this report together, to the consultants that have worked with us. I do trust in your judgment, and I really appreciate the work that you've done, and for that I'll happily support the officer's recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Adams, wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of an outsourced contract management based on the analysis provided in the officer's report. This motion just seeks independent market rates via a competitive public tender process. I just want to note that the officer's recommendation will not privatise the land, assets or services at Riverside, and it has been made very clear that these will still remain under the ownership and control of council. The facility as it is requires a major capital injection, and I don't believe that council is in a financial position to achieve a high quality business outcome. Riverside is a fantastic asset, as everybody has mentioned, in our community, and has so much potential. I'm really actually excited about the possibilities and ideas that may come to us through this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was into once again, another 50-50 here for me as well. And for us to really truly understand if an in-house bid would be good, we really need to take this out to the market through an EOI process. So, and under commercial terms. So once the EOI process is completed, then the Moonee Valley Council can really assess against the in-house bid as well. So I think that's the step that we should be going. And let's say if the in-house bid is the better one, well, we've done the right thing, but we've gone out to the market on commercial terms. And who knows, there might, I'm sort of not hoping, but maybe there could be a bid out there that's going to blow us out of the park and is going to deliver something that we can't even dream of. Who knows? Or maybe council will be the preferred bidder. But whichever way, it's going to be a win-win for council, for the community, and for the precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Isa?
Mayor, I'd like to just move an amendment, if I may, to alter the word endorse in point A to note, please. So just to read, note the findings.
Just give me... yeah, look, I think I'll take that amendment. I don't think it's necessarily the negative. So Councillor Isa has a motion to remove the word endorse and add the word note. If I have a seconder for that motion, for that amendment, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, do you wish to speak to the specific amendment?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, it's actually in line with exactly what Councillor Sypek was just saying, that Part B of this motion is about seeking independent market rates via a competitive public tender process and receiving a report that then can make some recommendations about the future management. So I understood Councillor Sypek to be saying that if it comes back, if we put it out to public tender and it comes back and it actually turns out that there's not a degree of private interest in doing this, or that for whatever reason the recommendation falls in favour of in-house, as Councillor Sypek was saying, that then council can still consider that at that time, and that this decision tonight is actually could be confined to just seeking the independent market rates and testing that to see what can come back. The only problem is that if we move A to endorse the findings from the review, to put it under a single contract management approach, we're endorsing it for outsourcing contract management is how I read that. So in order to leave that still an open question to see what comes back after the competitive process, we are best just noting the findings for the moment so that we can still make that assessment as needed when that report comes back to us. And look, that was what was explained to me by officers today as well. So I don't know if anyone wanted to clarify with officers about what that amendment might mean or anything like that. But my understanding is that that if we note the report now, we can seek competitive market tender process, come back and then make a decision based on that assessment process.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson, wish to speak to the specific amendment?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think Councillor Isa's covered it. I think, I'm in support of leaving our options open so that we can get the best outcome when the report comes back.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? If not, Councillor Bedio.
Actually, no, don't worry about it, man. It's fine.
All right, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? If not, Councillor Isa wish to close. Oh, sorry, Councillor Byrne.
Mayor, could I ask a point of clarification to an officer on the amendment?
So officers, it depends what the point of clarification is, but just remember, we can't seek opinions of officers beyond what is there in the report. So if an amendment is not in line, is not consistent with the actual report, then anyway, put your point of clarification.
Well, I suppose my point of clarification is: do they? Is the reason why they use note in the first place instead of endorse instead of note, because it would be likely to produce better applications? What was the rationale for using endorse instead of note?
I'll refer that through the CEO because it is a point of clarification on the officer's recommendation, which states endorse. So if through the CEO you'd like to clarify what endorse means, obviously the note is a councillor amendment, so that doesn't necessarily have to be clarified because it's from a councillor, but through you, the CEO.
Thank you, through the Mayor. The report and the finding represents the officer's view and officer's professional advice, and we are seeking councillor's endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Byrne, do you wish to continue speaking to the specific amendment?
I think that was pretty clear by the CEO that the officer's recommendation is that they would prefer the endorsement of this. And yes, I will take that on board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to this specific amendment? If not, Councillor Isa, wish to close?
Oh, I guess I need to say that if the intent really is to still leave this open for that assessment to come back, the word note does really make that clear. Endorse means that we are supporting the professional view of the officers, but I'm not. I think there's less, there is some ambiguity. I'm not entirely, I think there's some ambiguity about whether that still leaves open for us to compare and make a decision when that report comes back for an in-house or outsourcing. The word note doesn't lessen this in any way. From my understanding, all it does is ensure that that ambiguity is removed and just makes sure that we do leave that open. At that time, if the preferred course of action around the table, if the majority view is that the outsourcing is preferred, that so be it. But it does mean that we can still reserve some judgment on that, depending on what comes back through the process and the ambiguity is removed.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So, councillors, we're putting the specific amendment to the vote. All those in favour? We have Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Isa. Those against? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Nation. That amendment is lost. We revert back to the original motion. At this stage, Councillor Bedio has spoken as mover, Councillor Adams as seconder, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Isa, you had just started to speak. Would you like to continue?
Look, thanks, Mayor. I'd forgotten that I hadn't actually spoken to the motion. You've caught me on the hop there. I think the only point that I didn't cover earlier was that I just wanted to acknowledge that community has felt that they haven't been engaged in a process of consultation on this. And I think whenever our community feels that, we need to take heed of that and really listen to it and work out why it is that community might feel that communication has been bypassed. And while obviously there's been some work at the officer level about this for some time, and while there's been work on the master plan, there obviously haven't been those conversations with community, and community like the tennis club and the netball club and the golf users are impacted by decisions that we make about this. So I think we really need to take that on board and undertake to ensure that even in things where we consider we've got the decision-making authority, we need to make sure that our community is engaged in that, and that, as I say, we can do better on that. I think the other point to note is that obviously the tennis club, there have been some comments around the tennis club, and I know Tennis Victoria has written to us today. I do understand that there are no third-party operators that run tennis courts except in Hume, and so I just think we need to be really cognizant of not just what we think will work, but how the tennis clubs, interpretation or experience and history is. And I guess my plea is that in this next step, that perhaps the officers can really engage with the community who are expressing to us their deep concerns, and can work with community to understand those concerns and perhaps try to work that into this next stage of the process. It's not a process that I agree with, but I'm asking, I guess, that officers try to include community as best they can.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Tyson?
Obviously, I'm disappointed that colleagues didn't agree with my proposal, and I certainly hope that any of us who are sitting here in 5 or 10 years aren't looking back on this moment with regret. I just make a point. I know Councillor Bedio mentioned around whether or not it'd be a private operator. And I think that's a relatively naive view, because the required capital at this site really precludes a not-for-profit organisation like the YMCA, which don't run any golf courses in Victoria, really precludes organisations without that sort of capital to go ahead with it. And so I do believe that council will end up...
Can I call a point of order on that? I believe under governance rules, clause 76, that's defamatory towards the YMCA.
And Councillor Byrne, the reasoning for that being defamatory?
Well, he just said that the YMCA wouldn't be able to invest capital, that's just an opinion, and I think it's defamatory towards a business model of a non-for-profit that at this point of time is incredibly inappropriate to be making in this council meeting. And if I was from the YMCA, I would be taking offence to that.
Councillor Byrne, I'll uphold your point of order, given that the reference to defamatory is damaging the reputation of, and I would say that potentially that statement would suggest that they would not be able to have the capability of running large-scale facilities. So, Councillor Tyson, could I ask you to...
I'll withdraw that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Can you keep the clock going, please?
And I'll rephrase that then, that it's difficult for not-for-profit organisations to invest the required capital that is required at this site. And I do believe that council will end up paying for this if that is the case. Finally, just on Councillor Isa's point, I do have an amendment just to add to the points that are already existing, and that is to engage in continuing consultation with relevant sporting stakeholders during the public tender period.
Sorry, Councillor Tyson, did you say you were moving a formal amendment?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So Councillor Tyson is moving a formal amendment. Let me bring up the original motion. So
your point C.
Yep, and your point C, again, read that for us.
I can send it to governance if that's easier, but engage in continuing consultation with the relevant sporting stakeholders during the public tender period.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. I'll just give governance a moment to ensure that they have got those words. Governance, if you can just punch me a direct message. Councillor Tyson, I'll just get you to email those words. We won't adjourn, councillors, so if we could just wait just a moment or two.
I've sent that through, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So, councillors, we have an amendment on the floor, which is the addition of a point C to read, engage in continuing consultation with relevant sporting stakeholders during the public tender period. Councillors, so, councillors, we're just going to have a seek an adjournment based on some advice, because this is councillors now referring to a process which is a commercial tender, so there may be a probity issue. So I will just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, just so we can seek some further advice on whether this amendment can be accepted. Welcome back to the ordinary meeting of council for the 24th of August 2021. At the moment, we are currently debating item 10.6, the management options for Riverside Golf and Sports Centre. We have a motion on the floor, and Councillor Tyson has requested to move an amendment with a correction to wording. Councillor Tyson, could you please present your amendment?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, on advice of governance and probity, just to have that amendment read, engage in consultation with relevant sporting stakeholders as part of the master plan process.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. I have a seconder for that, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Tyson, wish to speak to this specific amendment?
Very self-explanatory. I think we need to make sure that our clubs and community feel that they're heard and that they're being properly consulted on our precincts, particularly in Riverside, which is, I believe, our largest single asset.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Sypek. Microphone, Councillor Sypek.
Yes, totally agree with this, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support Councillor Tyson. This will definitely give all stakeholders, definitely give the community, all sporting clubs, everyone an opportunity to have their say part of the master plan. And I really, really have very, very high hopes and high expectations that this will become not only a crown, not only a jewel in our crown, but will actually become the crown itself.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I will be supporting this, but I just want to say that I would have imagined that our officers would have undertaken or would have ensured that consultation was done in any case in respect to the Riverside Master Plan. So I just don't want to sell our officers short. I think that's something that they would have achieved in any case, but I'm happy to include it in the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Byrne.
Thank you. Happy to support, probably echoing what Councillor Bedio said. We do obviously lots of master plans, and there's no way that we wouldn't consult with the stakeholders. So obviously we would invite everyone to come along and please be engaged with our master plan, because we obviously want the best for the city. So happy to support this, but think it would have been happening anyway. I'm very confident to say that.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? Councillor Hodgson.
I think we might all take a turn. Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to make the point, following the governance and probity advice, that in speaking to community members once the public agenda, once the agenda was made public and the report made public on this, on the management options, there was concern that consultation hadn't occurred, but I think because of the nature of that report and the advice that we've just seen, that might go some way to explaining the reasons for that. And, really pleased to note as well, yes, that the master plan process is occurring, will continue to occur, and great to endorse that consultation is continuing.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor to speak to the specific amendment? Councillor Isa.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And look, I do know that various clubs have already been consulted about the master plan, but I absolutely support the reminding or emphasising, I guess, the importance of that. And I guess emphasising for officers, as Councillor Bedio said, it's not that we would think that it's not happening, but sometimes things do slip through. And I think this is a case in point where it's not that there's an expectation of community members that they be involved in what are highly regulated tender processes. I don't think community members have unrealistic or flawed expectations in that way. I think community members would have liked to, several months ago, to have been spoken with about the current management and management in the past and what they need from a management, so that all of that information about the way that users use the facility, all of that information could be fed into the assessment that is currently before us. So I think, I guess I still remain quite disappointed that people do feel that way, and that our actions as a council have led people to feel that way. And I support doing more wherever we can, but I think it's a real lesson to us for processes similar to this, that we do talk with people about what they would like to see from a facility.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to note that in the council report, at 2.1, it actually does include community engagement and states the council is currently underway with the master planning process, and as part of that, consultation with community and stakeholder engagement will be involved. So it's actually already in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? If not, Councillor Tyson, wish to close?
Thanks, Mayor. I certainly wish I had this support from colleagues in my previous motion. I'd just close off by saying I think, there might have been some implication. I have a lot of faith in our staff, and I think there's been a huge body of work in bringing this process together, regardless of the outcome. And there's still a big body of work to do. So I have great faith that our staff will continue to consult and plug any holes in clubs and people who feel that their voice hasn't been heard.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So I'm putting the specific amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We move back to the substantive motion, which has Councillor Bedio spoken as mover, Councillor Adams as seconder, Councillor Isa, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Tyson, you had 1:34 left on the clock speaking to the substantive.
Thanks, Mayor. Nothing more to add apart from everything I've said.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive? Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting Councillor Jacobs' motion, the officer's recommendation, and I had to do a lot of work in terms of for my thinking to get to ensure that I felt I was making the right decision. And I listened to a lot of community members and clubs. Spoke obviously with netball, tennis and golf. And one of the things that came up was that they still wanted to have that sense of identity and they still wanted to be a club. And I just want to ensure that that absolutely still is the goal. We're not trying to take away that beautiful feel of being involved in a club. So, we obviously need to keep everything on the table, but the things of like not being able to have a barbecue or not being able to use the pavilion or not being able to raise money, things like that, like they're still clubs. Just as netball and tennis ran a couple of years ago, they were still able to do those things. Sure, we need to make sure that when tenders come back, we look at these things, and obviously looking at the master plan, we can see how that works in. But I feel like there was a lot of fear mongering around what was going to happen, and it was really unfair to the community, really, really unfair to the community. I even heard that there was a thought that if we were to do this, we were going to sell off land and let people build houses. Like the things that have been going around, I don't know whether it was just to create angst, but it really hasn't been fair for the whole process, in my opinion. I've got no doubt that the current quality of the asset is not up to scratch, and it should be better, and that there were obviously issues, and they're highlighted in the report in terms of what the contract was and how it was managed. And we need to ensure that the next contract going forward is good, and it is something that we can ensure that we've got correct contract management in place to ensure they uphold their end of the bargain. But I'm really excited about what this could potentially do. I see what's going on in Hume tennis, and obviously up our neck of the woods with Airport West, not that far away from him. We've got people who play up there, and it is a very different model. It's not necessarily something to be scared of. I see what's going on with some of the driving range golf courses where they've got, they play at night and they hit the lights and do all that sort of fun stuff. It creates a real opportunity, and I feel like being scared of opportunity is not necessarily a good thing. We have to see what the community want and what comes back with tenders. But if we can increase participation down there, which I think that we will do, I really do believe in this process. And so I'm really excited to see where we end with this site in I don't know, 12 months' time or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to reiterate, I guess, a couple of the key points I made in speaking to Councillor Tyson's alternative. The key for me is, you know, what is going to deliver the best value for our community. And, you know, I really do commend the comparison, and I understand the professional recommendation that's been made by the officers. For me, it's just a belief that, you know, our council can deliver that value by running things in-house. It's not to detract from, you know, any of the other options. I think running it in-house, local government is, you know, obviously the closest tier of government to our community. I think we know our community really well. And, you know, it's my belief that we will be able to run a facility like this, grow participation, work with clubs, create a really great atmosphere down there, which is why, you know, I supported the proposal to bring it in-house, and why I don't support the recommendation as it stands. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Tyson, mover of the carried amendment, wish to close. Councillor Bedio, wish to close.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just want to say, look, I'm a little bit disappointed that I feel councillors may have really inflated this motion and made it more of an issue than what it really is. I've already received emails from people who seem outraged at the notion that we might be selling off assets. That's not what's happening at all. Contracting out of council services is very normal. In fact, we do it all the time. You don't see Helen driving around on a Wednesday picking up your bins. We do it all the time. So, and the notion that we didn't consult is just incorrect, is just unfounded. Consultation will occur irrespective of what operational process or operational procedure we choose, whether it's in-house or whether it was through an external agency. The consultation of the outcomes, what the community needs, what the community wants, that is still yet to occur, and it will occur. And I can guarantee that to the clubs and to the sporting clubs and to the users of the course. And I agree with a lot of what the people are saying. The current condition of the course is terrible. There's a beautiful restaurant there that could be such an icon and a jewel of that area that is so underutilised, and it's such a waste. There is so much that we could do with that space. I think it's better that a third party does that, because I think they'll do a much better job. I'm not saying that we wouldn't be able to do it well, but I think a third party that specialises in this space will do a much better job. I also just want to point out, if I have enough time, Mayor, that the fees and charges will continue to be controlled by us within council. We aren't just handing this over to someone who's going to then jack up the prices and it's going to make it unaffordable for the public to use. And that the contractor, whoever we choose through this process, will need to work towards our goals and our objectives that we set here in council. And if I can just read out a key policy within our, and I've checked it, I'm able to share this.
Point of order, Mayor. The councillor's time has expired.
I've granted 3 already. So Councillor Bedio, if you want a brief extension, thank you.
Just this one last part of our procurement process. The external management model presented is aimed to be an enabling structure under the control of council, where the contractor's profit, if any, will be enabled through meeting council's predetermined community service outcomes and objectives. This enabling model balances the control by council with the efficiency of an external specialist operator that has expertise in managing sports, leisure and recreational facilities. This was presented to us by officers and I stand by what they said and why I'm happy to support their recommendation. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillors, I'll put the substantive motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Sypick, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Adams, Councillor Nation. Those against? Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Tyson. That motion is carried. Councillors, item 10.7 is response to notice of motion 2021/04, improving the efficiency of planning at Moonee Valley City Council. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Bedio.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypick. Councillor Bedio, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, let me just tidy up my notes from the last motion. Sorry, can I just confirm, I'm just a little bit all over the place at the moment. This is the planning motion for the...
Yes, 10.7, response to notice of motion 2021/04, improving the efficiency of planning at Moonee Valley City Council.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll put the officer's recommendation. Happy to put the officer's recommendation on this. So this is a response to a notice of motion that I submitted back in January to look at the current efficiencies or deficiencies of the planning department in Moonee Valley. The report has come back with some results that the public is welcome to look at online through the agenda. The recommendation from the officers is that it is purely an operational manner, which I agree with, but there are some operational changes that are suggested through a third-party consultant that the CEO had put in place, and we're essentially endorsing what the consultant has put forward. So I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Sypick, wish to speak to the motion? No. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Bedio, you see no right reply, no one spoke. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 10.8 is response to notice of motion 2021/22, open space projects. Do I have a motion?
I have an alternative.
Councillor Sypick, if you present the alternative.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I withdraw that.
Thank you. Councillor Adams, do you have a motion?
I do, thanks, Mayor. I was worried there for a second. You were going to come up with. Sorry. So this report.
No, what's your motion? What's your motion?
Sorry.
What's your motion?
I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you. You got there. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Byrne. All right, Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. This report is in response to a notice of motion I moved asking for detail on projects and capital expenditure on open spaces in the past 3 years and the planned project expenditure in 2024. The intention of this report is to analyse the spend across each category so it can be used to inform future decision making and priority setting, especially while we develop our council plan and make future budget decisions. I also want to mention that council officers are currently working on an update to our open space plan to replace their 2009 plan, and this report will be important to examine where our investments are and prioritise spend in areas that are really important right now and in the next few years. I think it is important to note that the forecasts are estimates only and come from our long-term capital works plan. And while it looks like we have tens of millions of dollars to spend, the reality is that our forecasts are going to change as we work on future cash flow projections. Noting this, our open spaces are more important than ever to our community's health and wellbeing, and I'm keen to see substantial investment in making our open spaces as functional and beautiful as they can be, and this report will help us to prioritise. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Byrne, wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So what I wanted to highlight, and first of all, thank you so much to Councillor Adams for requesting this as a notice of motion, but also the officers that have put together this report. I've found it really informative, and I think the community will actually, it's one that I would urge the community to have a bit of a look at, because I feel like it's got some really good data that will really excite some people. And one of the things, there's the list of the categories between the historical spend on certain things and the planned spend. Now, as Councillor Adams said, obviously things are subject to change. But I know as all councillors we're sitting around here, we've all, I would say, have had people really feel what the taking away of playgrounds has meant to the community over all 6 of our lockdown. Well, actually, they won't take it away for all 6 of the lockdowns, but when they take away playgrounds, it really does affect the community. And historically, we have, in my opinion, when I came on council, I've always thought that we've underspent in playgrounds, and that actually shows that here. We're sort of under $500,000 for the 18, 19, 20, 21 years on playgrounds. But going forward, we're actually looking at almost $5 million of playgrounds for 2021, 22, 23, 24. So it is, we've heard you. I just want to say to the community, we've absolutely heard you. We know how much playgrounds mean. And the same sort of things go for informal activity spaces. We're talking under $500,000 to up to $1.5 million. So, you know, passive recreation, almost 10 times as much. So we know how important passive recreation is. We know how important these things are, and we are really doing our best to try to, I suppose, adjust these things with the community expectations, of which there's been so much feedback on. So I want to thank the community for, you know, obviously bringing this to attention to council, saying it doesn't necessarily always have to go into the same categories every single council term. Can we please mix it up? Can we see how we have free things within Moonee Valley that we can use, such as playgrounds? So we've obviously got, you know, Cross Keys playground, we're looking at AJ Davis, we're looking at a regional playground up at Rosehill Park. There's really some exciting things. So get excited, Moonee Valley, because, you know, we when we get out of lockdown, we'll hopefully have some playgrounds that we can definitely discuss more. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa.
Just some other things to note too, and thanks for that, Councillor Byrne, and thank you very much, Councillor Adams, for bringing this, because it is a really helpful audit of some expenditure projected and past. We did, certainly in the consultation sessions that I took part in for the community plan, the community vision, people talked a lot about the importance of parks and playgrounds, and also cycling and walking. And I do know, look, toilets actually got a fair mention in some of the sessions that I was in as well. And we know that that's been the case during people's use of open spaces during COVID. And it's good to see that that's also acknowledged there in the projected spending. I guess the sort of the odd one out there is perhaps that doesn't align necessarily with the messages that we've heard and the expenditures, the vast increase in car parking. So, you know, there are this does give us some things to look at and sort of think about, well, does this expenditure really reflect what our community has been telling us is important to them? And certainly cycling and walking has been given a big plug in the consultation sessions that I've been part of. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Adams, wish to close?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Byrne and Councillor Isa. Really great points. I'll also mention one of the other things that sort of stood out was the wetland investments is forecast to decrease in the future, and I think that's something that I guess we need to sort of look at as investment in our wetland development helps council to meet the stormwater quality targets and provide greater water security. So yeah, to contribute to a greener, cooler city. So yeah, so I think there were a few things that sort of came out of this report that will help to inform us for future decisions. So it's really great data. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, report 10.9 is response to notice of motion 2021/23 public park and recreation zone and public use. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an alternative. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, please.
Okay, the council resolve, A, to extend the moratorium on the enforcement of signage at sporting grounds to allow the CEO to approach the Minister for Planning to reconsider the position in relation to the planning scheme amendment to facilitate signage at sporting grounds. B, in the event A is not successful and noting that the previous planning scheme amendment was not successful, attachment 1, and that council may require to consolidate property titles before submitting a new amendment, request the CEO to bring back a report in early 2022 outlining how a new planning scheme amendment could be progressed, including next steps and costs to be prepared for this. C, note that case-by-case management of issues arising from signage will continue on a short-term measure.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sypek, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a way forward with the signage. It allows everyone, the community, the stakeholders, everyone to have a say, and hopefully we can come to a compromise that will suit all parties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Sharp, wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I'm certainly happy to support this amendment. I truly think that this is the only sensible way forward in what is a very challenging and complex matter. It's been going on for a number of years now, and I think, you know, as a councillor group, we should be focusing on fixing it rather than trying to apply band-aid solutions that won't work, because at the end of the day, you're either all in or you're all out with this planning scheme legislation over signage in open space. So, like I said, I honestly believe it is the best way forward. We certainly don't want to be going out to every single club saying every single sign has to come down because of the planning scheme ruling over the land. It'll apply to every single club, tennis, bowls. One case in these difficult COVID times. My God, there's no way I want to be doing that, and making it even more difficult for clubs than life already is at the moment, being in lockdown and everything else. So happy to support this, and thank you, Councillor Sypek, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sypek, for putting forward this alternative. While I do wholeheartedly support the motion, there's some amendments I'd like to make. So if I may, Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment.
Yes, what is your amendment?
So it's quite a large amendment. So I will send this through to governance as well. Sorry, one moment. Send it. Sorry.
Do you need to?
No, it's fine. I can.
No, all right.
Sorry, it's not letting me paste it. I might just email it to governance if that's okay. And I'll read it out in the interim once I send it. Joys of Zoom. Cool.
Right, do you want to read out the amendment?
Yep. So I'd like to retain dot point A from Councillor Sypek's motion, but delete everything following dot point A and add a new dot point B. In the event A is not successful, and noting the previous planning scheme amendment was not successful, attachment 1, and that council may be required to consolidate property titles before submitting a new amendment, request the CEO to bring back a report in early 2022 outlining how a new planning scheme amendment could be progressed, including the next steps and cost to prepare this. C.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Bedio, that was the motion that's on the floor by Councillor Sypek. I'll just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes to prepare a motion in writing, just so it's obviously if there's a significant change to the amendment, it's important all councillors across. So I'll just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes to prepare a motion in writing. Welcome back to the ordinary meeting of council for the 24th of August 2021. We are currently on item 10.9, response to notice of motion 2021/23, public park and recreation zone and public use. At the moment, we've got a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Sypek, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Councillor Bettio is proposing an amendment. The meeting was adjourned to prepare that motion in writing as per our governance rules. So, Councillor Bettio, could you please present your amendment?
Thanks, Mayor. Let me pull that up. I'd like to move, and because there's quite a couple of deletions and some additions, I'll read the motion as it would be in full if the amendment was to pass, if that's okay. We have part A, request the CEO to write to the Minister for Planning to reconsider the position in relation to a planning scheme amendment to facilitate signage at sporting grounds. B, in the event A is not successful, and noting the previous planning scheme amendment was not successful in attachment 1, and that council may be required to consolidate property titles before submitting a new amendment, request the CEO to bring back a report in early 2022 outlining how a new planning scheme amendment could be progressed, in brackets including next steps and costs to prepare this. C, note that case-by-case management of issues arising from signage will continue as a short-term operational measure. D, request that the CEO prepare advocacy via the Municipal Association of Victoria and other multi-council collaborations for a statewide planning scheme amendment or pilot study to address the issue of signage, in particular, planning scheme zones that affect sports clubs. E, consult broadly with sports clubs, local residents, businesses and the broader community to determine an acceptable use of signage on sporting facilities, policy and guidelines to support D over the next 12 months. F, provide a report back to council on the findings from the consultation in Part E within the next 12 months. G, maintain a pause on strict enforcement of signage provisions in the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme, except where the signs have an adverse risk for the period of the advocacy effort described in D, or until the Minister for Planning endorses a subsequent planning scheme amendment. If other options remain unresolved by October 31, 2022, Council will undertake appropriate actions to uphold the intent of the Moonee Valley Planning Scheme as required. Point H, prohibit the increase of signage on PPRZ or PUZ land where it would result in a greater area of signage than what was present on the land on the 30th of June 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Bettio. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Byrne. Councillor Bettio, would you like to speak to your specific amendment?
Thank you, Mayor, and sorry for everyone at home waiting. It was quite a complex amendment to put through. It's very much in the spirit of what the motion that Councillor Sypek has put forward, but noting that it is quite a complex issue with quite a long history and some strong views on either side. I wanted to ensure that I put in some additional conditions or some additional points in the motion that addresses the complexity of the matter. Namely, so I'll go through them for the points. There's just a minor change in Part A, but D, request the CEO prepare advocacy via the MAV or other multi-council collaborations. Essentially, this isn't just an issue in Moonee Valley, this is a statewide issue. I don't see why we as a council should be going at this alone when every other council in Victoria will be facing the same problem, noting that there are other councils like Moreland who have put through planning amendments to support their signage for their sporting clubs. I don't see it being reasonable that every council would need to do the same thing. If it's such a broad issue, it's something that needs to be addressed from the state, in my opinion. And I would hope, and from this, I hope that we can urge the MAV, who can then push the state to make subsequent changes to the planning scheme. Noting that this issue is quite complex. There are strong views either side of this, and I understand that. I appreciate everybody reaching out to me with their views. I honestly don't have a solution. I don't know what the right decision is. So I want to trust in our officers to engage in some deep consultation with all users of the PPRZ and PUZ land But not only that, the sponsors, the businesses that sponsor these clubs, everyone that's involved in this issue, I want our officers to engage with, to get an understanding of the importance or lack of importance of signage on these recreational grounds, so that we can create that we can inform our decisions in future, whether we undertake a future planning scheme amendment or whether this consultation goes towards our advocacy that we'll be pushing through should this amendment pass or should this motion pass. Part F is just providing a report back to us from this consultation so that we as councillors can be informed and we can make decisions from that based on the findings of the consultation. G is about maintaining the pause on strict enforcement of signage. I don't think it's fair that we say to all of our sporting clubs, please pull down your signs. I don't know any other council that's done that, and I definitely don't want to be the council putting our hands up saying we're going to do this. We're going to tell all of our sporting clubs who rely on this signage for their sponsorship, for their livelihood, to pull down their signage. We're not ready for that. We don't have an alternative. We don't have another option for them. So I'm hoping that my colleagues can support me and until we get an outcome from our advocacy, or until we decide we're going to go in and go through another amendment process, that we just put a pause on that strict enforcement. If we don't do either a further amendment, or if our advocacy fails and we don't get an outcome, I have set a date of October 31st, 2022, noting that it would be our responsibility to enforce the planning scheme. H, now this is a concern that's been brought to us to me through numerous residents, is that the notion that a moratorium or a pause in enforcement means that sporting clubs are essentially taking the mickey out and putting up as many signs as they like and really taking advantage of the situation. I don't actually think that's the case. I think potentially for a small number of clubs, but just to ensure that that's not the case, I've included this this minor addition to the motion, just to say that the signage can't be increased to more than essentially what was there on the 30th of June. I think that's reasonable. I guess that's pretty much it for this amendment. I know it's quite large, but I'm hoping my colleagues can support me on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Byrne, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. This signage issue has definitely been a really difficult one to work through over the past few years. This amendment, I find, I seconded it. It's obviously a little bit clunky, but I do think it is really trying to get to where we need to get. If the amendment passes, it wouldn't surprise me if there are a few slight little amendments to the to what would then be the substantive. But overall, I really do think that it takes in a lot of different aspects, and it obviously is incredibly difficult to get this right, and that's why we've been dealing with it for so long. But we can't be afraid of doing the hard work, and so thank you, Councillor Bedio, for and Councillor Sypek for getting up motions to actually put forward and to try to do this. Councillor Bedio, you obviously went through quite a few of the things. One of the things that I want to touch on is obviously signs have been difficult down at a few of our reserves, but not all of our reserves, not even a high percentage of our reserves. But in the report that we had maybe a month or 2 months ago, it did come back to say the increase between the years once we put the moratorium in place. And whether, as Councillor Bedio used the word, taking the mickey, whatever it is, we just want to ensure that we're really trying to do the right thing. So we're saying, all right, so if you had your signs up, that's, you can sort of have them, but we really don't want to get into the situation where every club turns around and goes, oh, council aren't going to enforce it, let's just put in 300 square metres all over our reserves. So hopefully this will prohibit that. It's difficult. There needs to be consultation. We need to work through it. It has been sort of years in the making, but I do feel like it's one of those things that this council has to get right. We have to invest heavily in. And hopefully this is just the next step of many steps to get us to that finish line that will appease hopefully as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Isa.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. And look, I do know that a lot of different councillors have been trying to work through this really hard issue, and I do thank Councillor Bettio for trying, I think, to put together all concerns that people have to bring us something that might contain all of those different issues. And it's no easy task, and I commend you for trying to put it all together in an alphabetical order that makes some sense. So I do have some concerns about probably point H, just that I'm concerned that point H rewards clubs that have been doing not necessarily, or the rewards allows clubs, I shouldn't use the word rewards, I apologise, allows clubs who have been using a lot of signs this year to continue doing that, but then puts the stoppers on any clubs who've been doing, who've been not putting up signs, and doesn't let them make the most of any lack of enforcement over the next 12 months. So I'm just not sure that that's entirely fair. So I just have to think about point H. And I just have some questions about point G. So maybe this might be the right time for me to just ask a point of clarification about point G. If I could just ask, Mayor, through yourself and the CEO, whether point G meets the criteria, I guess, that's set out at 1.11 in the report on page 104, because G doesn't refer specifically to a moratorium, but it looks as though it has a similar effect. And 1.11 of the report sets out what a permissible moratorium needs to be, or the criteria for that. So I'm just wondering if we might get some advice as to whether G meets that criteria, if that's okay.
So your point of clarification is, does point G in the amendment align with point, what number in the report? Sorry, I'm just flicking between the two.
It's
so is point G consistent with point 11 in the report?
1.11, sorry, Mayor. It's on page 104 of the copy that I'm looking at, which is the public copy of the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Look, I'll refer that through the CEO. I know the CEO can't necessarily express opinion on a councillor's alternative, but potentially, given that that is a reference within the report, could the CEO or an officer, if you are able to answer that within the rules of, within our governance rules?
Sorry, Mayor, the officers will need a couple of minutes to really absorb this.
Yeah,
1.11 is that the question?
Yeah, look, you know, in terms of trying to get across quite a comprehensive amendment, I'm happy for officers just to see if they can give any information there, noting you can't express an opinion beyond what is in the report, but just so, let me just pull up point G.
The officers report 1.11, it was officers' advice, which is for a short period of time, where a moratorium could be placed. And this point G refers to October 2022. I think
So
the issue.
So I think noting you can't give advice on a councillor's alternative, I guess the point of clarification could be answered by saying that the officer's recommendation would be what is entailed within the report, which is 1.11. Is that a fair?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The point 111, sorry, Mayor, point 111 also refers to it needs to have a public policy justification and is regarded as reasonable to do without regulating the day-to-day operations. So could I ask whether in terms of the 111 advises that a moratorium or something similar can't be operational, can't regulate the day-to-day operations of council. So could I just ask whether G whether G does or doesn't do that? It's a fairly important point, given that we're not allowed to.
Again, our governance rules does have that provision, so officers, I guess, aren't giving opinion on alternatives that they haven't really had the chance to see. So I'd again refer to that CEO's advice that the best, the officers believe the best way forward is that which is laid out within the report. I just don't want to put officers on the spot of providing opinion on a councillor's alternative that they haven't necessarily seen prior.
Look, that's fair enough, and I'm trying my best to, I guess we're all just seeing this for the first time, and I'm trying my best to work out whether we're breaching section 128 of the Local Government Act or not is really just what I'm trying to do. So I guess if I could just ask maybe, Mayor, would you allow me to ask whether Councillor Bedio has sought advice from an officer on this, and whether the advice of the officers was that this meets the criteria of 1.11 of the report?
Yeah, absolutely. Point of clarification, definitely to the mover of the motion. Councillor Bedio, would you be able to respond to that point of clarification?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, point G was verbatim recommendation, not a recommendation, sorry, I should say that. It was a verbatim from an officer that I received through the Director of Strategy and Planning.
Mayor, would it be okay if Councillor Bedio sent us that email very quickly, just so that for my comfort? I just don't want to breach the Local Government Act, that's all.
Look, I can't direct him to, but if you would like to, that would obviously help councillors in their decision making. Councillor Isa, you do have a minute 28 left on the clock. If you wish to continue, it does pause once you ask a point of clarification. So if you'd like to continue.
We're still talking to the amendment, aren't we? So I'll save.
Yes,
I'll just speak just to the. I'll leave it for that for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that my original notice motion is completely a little bit different, but what I'm really happy about is that C is still in place, and the reason why is I've always been very concerned about signage that's obstructing view and closing off paths, OH&S issues. This C still allows our officers to manage those inappropriate signs that are in the wrong places. So it gives our managers flexibility still to remove signs that are OH&S problems or any other concerns that we might have as a council. So I'm just happy that that's still left intact.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? If not, Councillor Bedio, wish to close on your amendment? No, so we are putting the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. So that becomes the substantive. Councillor Sypek has spoken as mover, Councillor Sharp as seconder. Councillor Bedio, you have 2 minutes 48 left on the clock. Thank you, Governance.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess now that the amendment is substantive, I can speak to that. I'm really happy that the amendment has been passed. I think it represents quite a good balance between all users of our passive recreation. I just want to reiterate, I do understand there are strong views either side of this. And what was put forward in the amendment was by no means ignoring people's concerns. I am just very conscious that before we can make dramatic changes that would potentially have significant effects to our sporting clubs, mind you, clubs that have done it really tough over the last 24 months, but also the businesses that they sponsor are doing it really tough. I don't want to make any harsh changes at this point. I think it would be tone deaf. I think it's better to stop and take stock, do some really deep consultation with the community, and then try and approach this from a different way. I think the state government really needs to sort of get into motion with this. I think it isn't good enough that we're having to discuss this over and over again. We put an amendment through, DELP knocked it back. There hasn't been any options from them. So I really like the state government to own up to this a little bit. This isn't just an issue for us, this is an issue for all of Victoria, for our sporting clubs that have done it tough for the last 24 months. And I really hope that our advocacy through the MAB, and I'm sure that our CEO and our advocacy team are going to do a great job of this if this motion passes. But I really hope that the state government takes note of this and actually helps us out. Don't leave the sporting clubs out. Don't leave them without options for sponsorships. Don't leave them financially ruined. Help us, help them. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive? Councillor Isa.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to move an amendment, if I may. I'll just keep this first one brief. I'm going to move two amendments. I'm just going to, a first one. I'd just like to suggest, as I mentioned earlier, or maybe, so that was, that instead of 30th of June 2021, that perhaps we put winter 2021, just to keep it a little bit broad. I just don't want there to be fights about what was up and what was down on 30th of June 2021, and I'm not sure everyone.
The wording.
So sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, no, it's late. That's fine. That is fine.
Just move an amendment to point H to remove the 30th of June 2021 and just replace it with winter 2021.
Yeah. So the amendment deletes 30 June 2021 in point H and replace with winter 2021. Councillors, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa, do you wish to speak to that specific amendment?
Thank you. And look, it's really just I don't want to. We all want harmony to be restored with respect to this. We don't want further conflict or debate, and I just am hoping there. To avoid any conflict about or arguments about what signs were up or what signs weren't on the 30th of June 2021. I still am a little bit uncomfortable with this because it does, as I say, for clubs who have not put up signs, they're not going to be able to put up signs. So I guess I'm just trying to broaden it out as much as possible so that there is no sense from the clubs of a sense of injustice or unfairness about clubs who have complied with the planning scheme and didn't put up signs. And also any disputes about what signs were up or weren't up on the 30th of June. The winter really solves that second issue. It doesn't really solve the issue about equity completely, but I feel that this does at least broaden it out slightly.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Adams, wish to speak to the specific amendment? No? Any other councillor wish to speak to this specific amendment? Councillor Byrne?
I'm not too sure about this because I feel like that without actually having a date and saying, well, we know what, these are what the signs were, I feel like clubs could go, oh, we actually had an extra I think I said 300 square meters before, whatever it is, we actually had that amount up on one day during winter. So therefore we can have that amount up the whole time. And I suppose one of the things with the amendment of why I was supportive was because we don't want extra signs. And I feel like by changing it to the whole of winter, that's what we're going to be encouraging them to. They will think of any day of which they had potentially more signs up. And that's going to create more issues. And I can understand why there feels like there's, a bit of unbalance here, but we're trying to draw the, a line in the sand, I suppose, and say, enough's enough. And I just don't really, my gut feel is that by saying winter, we may as well have not have done the amendment, or that part of the amendment anyway. I just feel like it just really opens it up. But that's just my feel. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to this specific amendment? If not, Councillor Isa wish to Councillor Hodgson, did you?
Oh, sorry, Mayor, I was just going to ask a point of clarification. I'm not sure if it's allowable, but just to seek, maybe just through you, and you can direct it where it's appropriate, if it's appropriate. Spit it out, Katrina. Of when we did the audit of signage, what was the date of the signage audit around our sports grounds?
Yeah, that's factual pertaining to the report. So if it can be provided on short notice through the CEO or a relevant director, I can also answer it if it's coming from an officer and needs to go through my chat. Helen, CEO?
Just waiting for the director to advise me.
So if it's not a fact that necessarily pertains to the report, then we can just refer it back and say, look, it's not something that can be answered. But
we probably need to take on notice because we don't have with us.
So
I just
I guess
don't want to refer something that end up being not accurate.
So, Councillor Hodgson, I say the point of clarification, we don't have the capacity to answer at this stage. Did you wish to speak to the amendment?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? If not, Councillor Isa wish to close?
I need to say that I think the audit actually, because the audit said that there were a number of signs at Fairburn Park, that when I went down there I couldn't see a single promotional sign at Fairburn Park, and I think it also said that there was a number at Strathneighbour, and a community member contacted me to contest that particular number, and I wasn't able to get to Strathneighbour during lockdown to check that. But I guess this is what I was trying to avoid, that where there's arguments about how many signs there were, and we've already had some arguments about so residents had contacted me after I read out the information I was given as to what signs were in the audit, and residents contacted me and said that they were of the view that I wasn't correct, and I did verify that I wasn't correct with respect to Fairburn Park. So I guess I'm just trying to really make sure we don't suddenly start having fights with people about a new topic, which is how many signs were on the ground on a particular date. So look, I understand if people aren't keen, but I just think it gives us a way out of those arguments if needed.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So we're just putting that specific amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa, Councillor Hodgson. Those against? Councillor Sypick, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Nation. That amendment is lost. We return to the substantive. And at this stage, Councillor Sypick has spoken as mover, Councillor Sharp as seconder, Councillor Bedio has spoken. Councillor Isa, you have 2 minutes 55 left on the clock.
Oh, Mayor, I just was going to move another amendment, if I may. This one's a slightly longer amendment, but it is, it's in the docs on tap. It's just the point C from the docs on tap to replace point E in the substantive motion. I just have to check that so it's the point C in the docs on tap, but it's just I'm just gonna read it. It just requires a change to a point, if that's okay.
Yeah, yep,
So,
present it.
Yeah, sorry?
Yeah, no, present it. Yes, yep, read it.
Sorry. So instead of point E, in consultation with councillors, establish a working group of stakeholders to consider the issue of signage on PPRZ and PEZ land with a view to developing within 12 months a position on reasonable signage to inform, 1, the advocacy in point D, 2, council's management of signage in open space and its sports facilities, 3, any further attempts to amend Moonee Valley planning scheme considered in point B, and then 4, alternative ways council can support sports clubs to maintain financial sustainability. The working group should engage in wider consultation across all stakeholders prior to making any recommendations to council.
All right, thank you. So this, we'll just get this, do governance have a copy of that? If not, governance do, excellent, good. Governance, would you be able to screen share if possible? It may prevent an adjournment, just to get that up on the screen. So we'll just give governance the chance to make some adjustments. So, Councillor Isa, if you just confirm that that is the amendment that you were seeking to move.
That is correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, governance. Good. All right. So we have an amendment on the floor, which was the deletion of point E and the replacement with a different point E. Do I have a seconder for that alternative amendment? Sorry. Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, do you wish to speak to your specific amendment?
Thanks, Mayor. And look, obviously this is just the difference, I guess, between a point around consultation and what I've just chosen to call a working group. And I do feel quite strongly about this. And I, in preparation for tonight, I did seek feedback from a number of clubs and community members, and I thank them all for their really thoughtful and insightful feedback. And clubs have made it really clear in that they want clarity and consistency and fairness. And residents also said that they want clarity and consistency and fairness. So I think there's more agreement than disagreement about this. And I think that's true in the room too. And it's testament to Councillor Bettio's efforts to put together all these thoughts and to have us all, in fact, in quite a degree of agreement about that. So I think there is far more agreement about this than our previous conversations might suggest, but what this does is provide real evidence that community and clubs and all stakeholders can really come together to reach some kind of agreed position. And I think it's really important as a community and as a council that we need to do that. We need to come to an agreed position, because we don't want to be arguing about this for years into the future. And if we want the Minister to change the planning scheme, either for Moonee Valley specifically or for the whole of Victoria, we really need to make a compelling argument to the Minister. He's already said no once, and we need to have something better and stronger. If we have a consensus position that's developed through a working group of clubs and community members and sponsors as well, so businesses who are a key part of this, and that involves then further consultation with all clubs to make sure no one is sidelined or doesn't feel part of discussions, because I would really hope that it was a truly inclusive process. Then what a compelling argument we could then make to the Minister. We can truly say that this is what our community wants. This is what a working group can get us, as opposed to just consultation. Why would we not want our communities and our clubs and our sponsors to come together to collaboratively work through this? What this would do is provide a real grassroots, community-owned agreement that not only, as I say, gives us a strong argument to make in advocacy with the MAV or to the Planning Minister, but also assures us that we're representing our community, because I think it has been hard for us all to know exactly how best to represent members of our community in this. And if we can get stakeholders in a room talking about it, telling us and agreeing on a position, then we do have that assurance that we're able to represent them. I know that there's some concern that positions are too polarised and maybe there would be arguments rather than discussion. I just don't think that's the case. I think that everybody, and you know, my name's Rosie, I do have an optimistic outlook, but I do believe that we all do want to have agreement on this. None of us particularly want to fight about this. We don't come to council to have this fight. Residents don't want to have this fight either. They've been doing it for 3 years, and clubs certainly don't want to be talking about this certainly don't want to be arguing about this anymore. So I think that I am optimistic that a working group would meet in the spirit of a working group to come up with a consensus position. And of course, if it doesn't work after a few months, then we can revisit that and reconsider that. But I would really like to give it a go. I think our community is invested in this, and I think we owe it to them to engage them and give them some agency and real ownership in this decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson, wish to speak to the specific amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think Councillor Isa's covered it all. I just make the note that in seconding this motion, the stakeholders referred to in Councillor Isa's amendment, I would be supportive of that, including capturing the term stakeholders, capturing all those groups that Councillor Berrio's motion detailed, so sports clubs, local residents, businesses and broader community. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the specific amendment? If Councillor Byrne.
I've obviously sort of knew that this one was coming. There's been emails about working groups and consultation, and there definitely has to be the conversations happening, and I'm okay with it being under consultation as opposed to a working group. There are particular pockets of issues. The issues with the signs aren't everywhere, and I feel that putting it bluntly, we haven't really had many issues in Rosehill Ward, and that's by pure coincidence, but we really haven't. And I feel like people will get an email saying, do you want to join this working group? And I feel like it's probably going to be filled with people who have had an issue, because I don't think people are naturally passionate about signs. And it might mean that there's sort of a bit of really skewed views by people who have had, you know, problems with it previously. And I definitely see where this amendment is coming from, but I would prefer to start off with the consultation piece as opposed to getting particular groups in a room together, which yeah, that's just my preference. I don't really know where this is going to go, but I'm very happy that there will be conversations regardless with the community. I just don't think it needs to be in the form of a working group.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to this specific amendment? If not, Councillor Isa, wish to close?
Yeah, look, it is true that there's a bit of a disparity or an unevenness about issues across the wards. And it's one of the things that's really struck me in this about Moonee as well, that most grounds in Moonee don't have any sponsorship signs, and there are only a couple of signs at a couple of grounds. And I take the point that there are different issues for different groups, and that was a point that was made in the feedback that I sought, that grounds are different, people have different issues. But that's I guess the point of a working group is that all of those different views can be shared and people get an opportunity to hear people's perspectives. Often in consultation that doesn't take place. People respond to a survey, people a particular group is interviewed. It's not an opportunity to hear other people's perspectives. And what a working group, the strength of a working group is that it really allows people to hear the perspectives of others and to then perhaps shape their own views differently because of those different perspectives. And I guess people around council have different styles. I really want our council our community rather, to be really involved and engaged in decision making and to have the opportunities presented to be really engaged in that decision making. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to really involve people in complex decision making. And I think that what we come out with at the end would be better for it. And I think, as I said, we could make a stronger argument to the Minister as a result of that.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So we're putting the specific amendments to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Isa, Councillor Adams, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Tyson. Those against? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Nation. That amendment is lost. We return to the substantive, where we have had Councillor Sypek speak as mover, Councillor Sharp as seconder, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Isa. You have 2 minutes 55 left on the clock.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Look, the goal here is for us to come up with a way for clubs to have a reasonable level of sponsorship signage in open space reserves and other facilities that is legal. At the moment, all sponsorship signage is unlawful, and this is a complex and ambitious goal to try to find ways to make it legal, but that's what we're trying to do. And we know it means a lot to sports clubs, to park users and to businesses, and it is worth us putting in the hard work to try to solve this issue. And I know it has been difficult for all of us. As I said earlier, in preparation for tonight, I sought some feedback from a number of clubs and community members, and I do thank them all. The overwhelming response from clubs was the need for clarity and guidelines. Most of them told me that if they had the guidelines, they would comply with those guidelines. And whether it's clarity about allocated spaces for signs, height of signs, number of signs, clubs really want to do the right thing. One club said that signs could be limited to a certain percentage of the perimeter. One suggested electronic scoreboards as an alternative. One was in favour of retaining reasonable signage on permanent fencing, as long as it remains clean, fresh and maintains a professional appearance. Residents who I spoke to also said that they want clubs to just to comply with guidelines. One suggested allocate predetermined locations at each ground so that open space amenity can then be preserved. So as I said before, there's far more agreement, I think, than disagreement on this particular issue. And I just wanted to end with two things that clubs said that I thought were really insightful, and I learnt from these comments that they shared. One club said we need to find the balance between recognising the cost pressures that local clubs face in operating clubs and fielding teams, with the need to retain the appropriate ambience of any sports field, which is used by a variety of community members, in addition to sports club members. And another sports club member said, most sponsors have a pre-existing relationship with the club and they sponsor the club out of genuine affection rather than simply commercial reasons. Sponsorship signage is more about recognition and acknowledgement than it is about advertising. So I do hope that we can find a way to acknowledge and recognise the businesses that support our community sporting organisations. I thank you for that. Really grateful that you do that, and hope that we can find a way for you to legally have some exposure while also preserving the ambience of our open spaces. Our goal is to find a reasonable, safe, legal way to have signage, and I do think we're going to need to work as a Moonee Valley team to really kick that goal. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive motion? If not, Councillor Bedio, mover of the carried amendments, like to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll just add, I just want to reiterate what I said before. We really need the state government to pull their socks up here and help us come up with a solution. This isn't just a local issue. This is an issue across the state. The planning provisions apply across the state. It shouldn't be up to councils to spend exorbitant amount of money amending the planning scheme to provide essentially a land use that has that sporting clubs have been doing this for years. That since the start of sporting clubs, they've been advertising businesses. I don't understand why in 2021 we're still here trying to find a solution to this. So I really urge the state government to stand up and give us a hand, help us out with a solution, help other councils out, and help the sporting clubs out. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. And Councillor Sypek, mover of the original motion, wish to close.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, that was a long discussion. That was, I think we've teased this one out completely. But what I wanted to say tonight is, I think Councillor Isa makes quite a lot of great points here. And one of the ones that I sort of just wrote down, electronic scoreboards. I tell you, electronic scoreboards could be the solution to all this. And I reckon we as a council group could maybe make this happen. Now, I don't know whether we go, maybe asking the states or the feds to come and help us out, but this could be a great opportunity here, Mr. Mayor. So, and the other point that I really, really want to make here is I keep hearing sporting clubs and the community and they're at different odds. Well, let me just make this clear to everyone. Sporting clubs and people who play sports in our clubs are also the community. They are the community. The community is not separate to the clubs. Everyone is the community. So I just want to make that crystal clear that this is a wholehearted effort. This is not having sides or picking sides. And yes, some signs are inappropriate and we will deal with them on a case-to-case basis. And I have full faith in our officers to do this and to make this work. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 10.10 is contract award for concrete maintenance tender 2021 to 2023. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Tyson.
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Tyson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
This is a tender for our concrete works where it's going to a panel. Quite straightforward.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion?
There's not much more to add to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? If not, Councillor Tyson, wish to close?
No.
We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 10.11 is contract award for concrete maintenance tender 2021 to 2023. Councillors, do I have a motion?
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Tyson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No.
We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Item 10.11 is authorisations and delegations. Sorry, authorisations and delegations update. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Sypek.
Happy to move the officer's recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. A seconder? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion?
Once again, this is a procedural matter, and all we're just doing is updating the authorisation delegation, and I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to add that I believe the only changes are just to update the references to legislation in the delegation document. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa.
Oh, look, I actually did read. It's a really good read because it tells you some of the things that council officers do that I never knew they did. And I wish I'd written some of them down, but they're actually, it's fascinating in terms of all of the work that our council officers do around our city that we don't necessarily know that we've delegated to them. So if you can't get to sleep after this very late meeting, it might be some bedtime reading.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Sypek, do you wish to close? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Report 10.12 is Informative Street Sign Project, Notice of Motion 2018/10. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Hodgson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor. This is the first report that would otherwise have gone to our recently dissolved place naming delegated committee. So bringing this to the full councillor group for consideration. It's a response to a notice of motion from 2018, which I believe the Mayor brought. I could be wrong. Sought a review of informative street signs and in particular naming around women and otherwise unrecognised, under-recognised people in our community. The recommendation seeks that 3 existing street names that recognise women get signage attached to them, and to continue engagement with groups to 8 historical profiles installed on current street names that have been identified as recognising women, and continue investigating other street names and potentially putting historic signage on those as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion? Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Hodgson, wish to close? No?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. I just failed to thank the Essendon Historical Society for their contributions in the research that went into this and thank them for their efforts.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So, councillors, we move to item 11, notices of motion. We have 4 listed tonight. Now, before I call on Councillor Byrne to present her notice of motion, I need to vacate the chair as I have declared a conflict of interest. So, Councillor Hodgson, about 4 and a bit hours between your stints, but if you could take over the chair, and I will move to the waiting room.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the Mayor has said, our next item on the agenda is 11.1, and I call on Councillor Byrne to present her notice of motion titled Notice of Motion number 2021/25 Outdoor Pool at Keilor East Leisure Centre.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to move that Council resolves to request the CEO to provide a report to a Council meeting reviewing the operation of the outdoor pool at the Keilor East Leisure Centre. The report should include, but not limited to, cost, benefit and costs, benefits and impacts associated with operating the pool, costs, benefits and impacts associated with opening beyond November to March, feedback from the community following consultation regarding the associated costs, benefits and impacts of extending the opening hours to be year round. The report is to be presented back to Council promptly following community consultation for Council to make an informed decision that can be implemented by April 2022 if required.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillors, do I have a seconder? Councillor Slypeck, thank you. Councillor Byrne, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will. So we are so excited because the Keilor East Leisure Centre, COVID dependent, is hopefully going to open pretty soon. But one thing that we need to sort out is how long the outdoor 50-metre pool is going to stay open for. Historically, our outdoor pools have stayed open between the really hot months, so between November until March. However, with particular efficiencies, we might be able to heat the pools, especially with massive infrastructure like the new $50 million build we have down there, to be able to effectively heat the pool for longer, to be able to have people in the water for longer. So potentially through April or May, or potentially the whole year. But there's obviously so much to consider. I do believe there is a bit of a community expectation that it will be open longer than November to March. But there's obviously the costs. It would obviously cost, but the benefits, but the impacts, and we're talking all sorts of impacts, including environmental as well. We just need to do this next step of work to ensure that as a council we can make a really informed decision on how long, on what we do with the outdoor pool. It's not yes, let's do it because it will cost money, and as I said, there's impacts, but the community, I believe, deserve to see the decision making, see what goes behind the decision of having our pool, probably our most valuable asset, sitting there vacant for so long, and what's the reasoning behind that. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Slypeck, would you like to speak to the motion?
I think Councillor Byrne pretty much exactly said what this notice of motion is all about. It's about extending the life of the 50-metre pool, its hours of operation, and that always has been an issue with a lot of our community members that wanted to swim. And we've got some icebergers here that will probably swim in the middle of winter, so I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Slypeck. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Eisner.
Yeah, look, I'm really interested in what comes back from this. I did note during the week there was a big promo for a pool in Nillumbik Shire Council, Eltham Leisure Centre, Diamond Valley Sports and Fitness Centre, that's got a managed to do a whole lot of environmental initiatives. And I assume that I'd be interested, I guess, once this information comes back, to see if there are any other ways that we could, I guess, look at some of the environmental costs or impacts and see if there are other ways that we could offset that, whether it's solar panels, or I think Nillumbik Shire also had electric vehicle charging car parks, whole range of things. So I'm just looking at it really quickly and haven't got the full picture, but I am really interested to see what comes back and to just, I guess, consider what our options are, not just in terms of cost and but also in terms of environment. That's really important to me in this one. So thanks for bringing it up, Councillor Byrne.
Thanks, Councillor Isa. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Tyson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Echoing what councillors have said so far, I think as well, I'd agree with the idea that there is getting a report back and seeing what the financial costs, indirect, environmental, everything else. I'd be keen to share that with the community and for them to evaluate whether it's valuable for ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Byrne, would you like to close?
Thank you for everyone's contribution. I think that we can really see this as a real opportunity in terms of when it goes out for consultation, we may say, look, it's going to cost X amount of dollars. Is this where you think it should be spent, but it also invites, I suppose there's the opportunity for, I'm thinking maybe school groups. There might be very few schools have pools, some do, but they might say, yeah, absolutely, we're school down the road, and we would love to hire out the outdoor pool all year round for our, you know, whatever classes or whatever, you know, all year round, and we'll permanently pay for, you know, 3 lanes. And it might mean that that cost will outweigh some of the other costs. And by actually putting it out there and saying, hey, what do you want? I hope we're a bit creative with how we put it out there, and can really use it as an opportunity. And yeah, see what comes back. I love the idea of the environmental impacts. There's been, since we obviously worked through the designs on the Keilor East Leisure Centre, so much has changed in this space. So we might, you know, there's efficiencies, probably efficiencies to be gained. So looking forward to the report coming back, so we can, so when it finally opens after COVID, we will be making the decision before we would have otherwise have had to shut it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. I'll invite the Mayor back to the Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Report 11.2 on the agenda is notice of motion number 2021/26 speed limit review, Keilor Road. I call on Councillor Tyson to present his notice of motion.
Thanks, Mayor. Just diving through the stacks of paperwork here. If you could just give me a second. Sorry. So take notice that at the meeting of council, it's my intention to move that council resolves to request the CEO to provide a report to a council meeting, reviewing the operation of the road and pedestrian safety history along Keilor Road between Warwright Place and the Avenue, comparing pre and post implementation of the permanent 40km/h speed limit. B, including options for alternative traffic arrangements, including potential amendments to existing speed limits, signage, line markings, and other installed road safety devices and treatments deemed appropriate and in line with the safety parameters of other similar streets and comparable land uses. C, noting that speed limit reviews are subject to Department of Transport processes and community engagement outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Sypek, I've called. Councillor Tyson, wish to speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mayor. And I can see that there might have been a bit of hesitation with the technical engineering language used in the motion. But as a former resident of the Avenue, and a lot of locals know this particular strip of road quite well. It's a 40 k's per hour speed limit at the moment, and that's due to being in close proximity to a school. It has a hill. It, I think, catches a lot of drivers unaware, and whilst there's you know, reducing a speed limit improves safety outcomes, it really I'd like to see the report back about whether it would be more appropriate to have this 40k speed limit just during the normal school hours, as is everywhere across the municipality. So sort of the 8:30 till 9:15 in the morning and drop-off time in the afternoon on school days. But looking at everything that's happening in the area, the traffic treatments and everything else. So looking forward to get that report back.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Sypek, wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to provide a little bit of history about why we actually had a 40-kilometre speed limit there. A former councillor, Trevor Sinclair, his daughter was involved in a car accident there, and unfortunately she passed away. And that's one of the reasons why it was 40 kilometres. But Councillor Tyson, I totally agree with you. I think during school hours, it's very, very appropriate to have that speed limit there. But at other times, I think 60 kilometres is a fair and reasonable. That's if they choose to say 60 or 50. I'm not too sure what will be the outcome, or they might retain the 40. But yeah, I think it's probably time for change. I think everyone's understanding that during school hours it would be most appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Byrne.
Thanks. I'm actually a little bit hesitant now after what Councillor Sypek has said, because I actually wasn't aware that there had been a death there. I knew that there's definitely complaints. So there were complaints before it went in that people would speed and would hoon down there. And now there's complaints that people have to ride their brakes down there to be able to get to 40. I understand that there's obviously the safety issue, which was why it came in. Sorry, I'm a little bit rattled with that, but it's obviously getting a report back. So I definitely wouldn't be of the opinion of changing it without a detailed report, and obviously, working with the Department of Transport in terms of what they think for that particular area. It's obviously, there's a lot of schools and we want to promote active transport, but I do realise that there's obviously some issues, but we sort of don't want to be going backwards with where we are with our traffic and our speed limits. Generally, they are being lowered to promote more active transport. So, yes, sorry, my mind's sort of ticking over at 100 miles an hour, so I'm not sure if anyone else is speaking on this, or I'll listen to Councillor Tyson close. But they're just sort of my thoughts. I do understand there is community concern about riding brakes down that hill. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got hesitations too, Councillor Byrne, and even before Councillor Sypek mentioned that, I do remember a time when before it was a 40k zone, and a lot of people would, because it's quite a secluded piece of road, so it's very tempting to just speed down that hill. And I just, even if it goes to, well, I think it was 60 before it went to 40, and it was always, people would just fly down there. So I actually, I know it's just a report, but I also don't really want to change where it's at the moment. I think it's fine. I use that road a lot. There's a park there as well. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do actually, but I wouldn't like it to go back to a 60k outside of school hours, maybe a 50. I still feel like the report's a bit of a waste of time. Sorry, Councillor Tyson. And happy for it to stay at 40. I don't know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa.
I actually use this road quite a little bit as well, because it does it does lead to the school at which one of my kids is at, and so I know exactly what Councillor Tyson's referring to. I do like point B. I do like the including options for alternative traffic arrangements, not necessarily, well, I guess from my perspective, not necessarily instead of the 40 kilometres, but I think cars still go down there very fast, whatever the speed limit is. People do, unless there's a copper sitting at the park with a gun that you happen to see at the top of the hill. People do speed down there very fast. So if the report in fact came back with some suggestions for making that safer, I would be really interested in that, because at the moment it just depends on whether people choose to put the brake on or not. So I am interested in seeing what a report comes back with. Thanks, Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Tyson, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thanks, colleagues, for your thoughts. And I know that, I didn't want to preempt the report. It was just my sort of initial thinking. But as Councillor Isa points out, that B is pretty broad ranging. And, I'm sure there's a lot of traffic treatments that can be put in to actually slow people down, rather than sort of artificially sign that people might not necessarily follow. And certainly what Councillor Sypex said, that's absolutely tragic to hear. And, I definitely wouldn't imagine ever going to a 60k speed limit along there. But yeah, I'm keen to see what the report comes back with, because I know as well, it'll be good to get community consultation, because I think this is one of those small things that people have strong views on. So I'm keen to get the report back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 11.3 is a notice of motion from Councillor Isa, who has advised that this motion will lapse. But what I might do, councillors, I'll just seek a mover and a seconder to suspend standing orders, just to give Councillor Isa just a chance to give a quick 30-second or 1 minute synopsis. I think if we're happy with that, a mover to suspend standing orders, Councillor Tyson, seconded Councillor Hodgson. All those in favour? And it's carried unanimously. Councillor Isa, if you just want to give it just an update so people are aware, that'd be great.
Thanks, Mayor. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Yes, look, in discussions with officers, there are officers feel that rather than spend time writing a report to come back to council, and I feel the same way, I certainly don't want councillors to officers to spend time writing reports. I prefer things to take place, and officers have indicated that there are some things that they may be able to look into at the operational level to help with this particular situation around the ducks nesting in various streets, and then being in danger as they move to Queen's Park. And I'm very grateful to officers for having a look at, I guess, just thinking about it and seeing what might be able to be done. And certainly there was no intention of creating more work for officers by coming back with a report on that. So I look forward to hearing what might be able to be done just at that operational level. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just going to move it to resume standing orders. We've got to go back. Councillor Adams, second, Councillor Sypex. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Sharp, we're going back? Yep, that's carried unanimously. Notice of motion 11.4 is titled number 2021/28 to extend the deadline for lodging certificates of swimming pool and spa pool barrier compliance with council. I call on Councillor Sypex to present his notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to take notice that at the meeting of council, it is my intention to move that council resolve to request the CEO to write to the Minister of Planning, the Honourable Richard Wynne, and local members of Parliament requesting an additional 12-month extension for lodging certificates of barrier compliance for swimming pools, spas, constructed prior to the 30th of June 1994. This extension request is due to the COVID pandemic and ongoing restrictions imposed by the Victorian government.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Sypex. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bedio, Councillor Sypex, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the only reason why I brought this up is that during COVID, people have got till the end of November or the 1st of November, I'm not too sure the exact date, to have their pools and spas compliant this year. As we all know, we could be locked up till November, so nobody has the opportunity of going to Bunnings or going, getting even tradesmen out to fix anything that's non-compliant. They probably can't even get the inspectors out there to actually give them the certificate. So everyone's going to become non-compliant with their swimming pools. So this is just to allow people, hopefully during summer, to actually get their pools compliant, by January or February or as fast as they can. But they've got to get the inspectors out there first. They can't even do that right now.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Councillor Bedio, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Not much further to add. Thank you, Mayor, but I agree with Councillor Sypek. This is some way that we can sort of provide our residents with some reprieve, or attempt to provide some reprieve, given we're in some interesting times at the moment. So I'm happy to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If Councillor Tyson.
Look, I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I'm obviously originally from North Queensland, and everyone has a pool, and we all take pool safety pretty seriously. And growing up, there's pretty graphic advertisements and safety reminders for families, and that includes drowned toddlers and pretty graphic, confronting sort of stuff. So I think I probably take pool safety and swimming safety too seriously to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Isa.
Yeah, look, I had to go and look up the rules today because I know I have a pool, and I got a bit thrown by when it was that we were meant to have the certificate of compliance, but our pool's much later, and it's ours isn't needed until 2023. And I looked at the schedule, and it's the earlier pools that obviously need to be done by November. But I think that actually made me a bit more concerned, because if these pools are pools from 1994, and that it's just about barriers, it's just about having compliant fences. So if there are pools out there that don't have fences, and they haven't had fences since 1994, I guess that concerns me greatly. So I guess I'm not sure about an extension. I would really like people to act on, if it means, and I'm pretty sure that this could come under the essential trades. I know that outdoor trades people, I think, are still able to work at the moment. So making a phone call to get a pool fence up, or even a temporary pool fence, I actually see it as a fairly important thing that needs to be done. So yeah, I'm not sure about an extension either.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Byrne.
Thanks, Mayor. So I've had a few people contact me in regards to it, and I think the thing that alarms me the most is that there's obviously been quite a period of time that they've known they've had to get it compliant, but they've sort of known that it wasn't compliant even before that. And so if it was the fact that they couldn't get the inspector out, I suppose I would be, well, they know that it's compliant, but it's actually just sort of ticking the box. But it's not that. It's that they think that they can't go to Bunnings to get it compliant, to get the fences or whatever it might be. And that, I think, is actually really dangerous, because we should absolutely be promoting pool safety and ensuring that the gates and whatnot around the pools. You hear horror stories. We've had deaths in pools. You hear about them every summer, and as obviously a mother of toddlers, it's petrifying. So I feel like this motion is almost there, and I'm just trying to think of a way that it could be amended in terms of like there almost needs to be advocacy towards the state government to ensure that everyone gets the pools right, but it's not quite right as it is, and I probably can't think in a 5-hour meeting exactly how I would want it worded, but my thoughts are that we definitely wouldn't want to be pushing it back, but we would possibly want to be telling the state government that maybe they need to assist, maybe they need to advertise that, you know, this isn't a lockdown concern, that people can still get these inspectors out, or whatever it might be, or be able to go click and collect at Bunnings. I think it's sort of just twisted the wrong way around, because one thing, you know, I just couldn't imagine if we were to move this tonight and push it back, and then something was to happen over summer, and then you go, well, geez, if they had have just fixed their fence, if they had have had a compliant pool, we would have been in a different situation. So they've had a couple of years. Yes, there's been COVID, but COVID hasn't really been over summers when they've been using their pools and should have been thinking about their pools. So probably risk versus benefit of this one. I feel like the risk just outweighs it at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I too have reservations about supporting this. I just think it's too risky. I am all for pool safety. I feel this should have probably been addressed a long time ago, and people have been given ample time, and I'm pretty black and white on this. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Hodgson.
Apologies, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'll be supporting the motion. I do understand and urge those people who have non-compliant pools to do everything you can to become compliant. But as Councillor Bedio and Councillor Sypek have said, I think anything we can do to be helping people out and assisting them to reach that compliance, we should be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Sypek, you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Compliance of pool is not just black and white, and it's not just about putting up a fence or whether a fence is safety or not. With pool compliance, you've also got to look at the fencing, like the outer perimeter. So your fence line has to be more than 2.4 metres high. It's not allowed to have any climbing facilities on your neighbour's side, not only on your side. Your stairs have to be compliant. The pool fencing, if you've got more than 100 mil gap below your steel pool fencing, that becomes non-compliant. What that means is then people have to completely change their whole fencing around their pool. And you also got, if you've got any trees next to your pool fence, that's a climbing thing where a child can climb on. The actual door, the hinges have to have caps on them, which means children can't climb on those hinges. And that's been one of the major causes of kids climbing over fences using those hinges. And the old hinges used to have a flat top, which they could put their little toes on and climb over. So, and this is the problem. A lot of the older pools, people don't even know that they were not compliant. And this would get them going and knowing that they can do it, and hopefully that, you know, maybe the government might even make an exception for pool inspectors to be essential workers, like Councillor Isa said. But this all we're doing is writing a letter to the minister asking, can we get this done faster and make them compliant as soon as possible? That's the whole idea of this.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Bedio, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Nation. Those against? Councillor Adams, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Byrne. That motion is carried. Councillors, we now move to item 12, urgent business. Do we have any items of urgent business? There being none, we move to item 13, which is confidential reports, and there are none. So that gets us to item 14, the close of the meeting. Just before we do log off, just want to thank councillors for their input tonight. There's obviously some very meaty items that have taken a lot out of a lot of us over the past week, probably. And I know that we're in the third week of a lockdown, and all of us are challenged very differently, but you know, still all impacted in different ways. So I do appreciate everyone's input tonight and the extensive work that's gone into each of the items tonight, which is why we're almost ticking over to the 5 hours. I also just wanted to thank there's 12 council staff that are still online, doing everything in the back end, and we do appreciate them enabling these meetings to keep going even when we're going late into the night, particularly for those that assisted me throughout the meeting today, Daria and Lee. I do very much appreciate all the notifications that are popping up on this screen so I can try to chair the meeting to the best of my ability. We do have an extra council meeting next week. We will be looking to endorse our draft council plan. That meeting is on Tuesday, the 31st of August, I believe at 12:30 p.m. And so we will be live streaming that. That concludes our meeting. Everyone stay safe. We'll see you in a week's time.